Alrighty, welcome to the live stream, Garage Tools and Bar Stools Podcast. I think this is episode 19? 19? Yep, if I have that correctly.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's marked, so I'm just going off that.
That's all we can do. Hey, welcome to the live stream, Kat. I see you've joined the chat. Last week was more of a channel update live stream than it was anything else.
Yeah, because I saw it was like a 20-minute live.
I was on for 20 minutes. There was not a single chat. We had a couple people pop in, but they didn't say anything, and that kind of doesn't help very much, especially when I'm up here by myself. So there was nobody in the chat, and I went through all of everything that's going on with the lives, with the channel, and everything else, and I ran out of things to talk about. So that's where that ended. I was like, there's other things I could do. I'm working. I've literally been sitting here and working on the wiring schematic thing. I found that I didn't actually finish recording everything like I thought I did, and there was a bunch of stuff that I missed, so I had to go back in and start filling more stuff in. Hi Jesse. I'm still doing that, and technically I could have worked on the other black truck video, but I haven't had any interest in editing that video recently. I've got a lot of things going on I can't talk about right now on live. You know, you know the deal, Kat. We've talked about it a little bit. So, yeah, I had to make a trip on Friday to go deal with that. which didn't turn out as I expected, but so still a lot of waiting and stress. But we also got other things going on. So let's do a quick channel update real quick for those that weren't at the 20-minute live stream last week. We'll go down through all the things. Truck got inspected. I still need a few things. I still need to go get the front suspension stuff. And I still need to get the tires put on it, but the truck has a sticker on it. Though my girlfriend drove the truck on Friday, which was yesterday, and the check gauges light came on. It turns out that I had low fuel oil pressure. So check that out. I do have low oil, and I'm going to have to do an oil change. But the other thing I noticed is my sludge in the coolant system is back. That like clay-ish crap that I keep getting in my coolant, it's back. So I bought the stuff to do another flush. And we'll do another flush and top it back off again.
Jeez. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So there's that. I need to take care of that tomorrow. And I need to do a little change on the green. The green. We don't have the green one anymore. The green one's dead. The gray Kia. I got to do a little change on that. So other than that, I think the vehicles are fine. Like I said, I already updated, doing a lot more with the spreadsheet for the stuff that I need to do the wiring. And a couple more things that I think I'm going to add that now that I've gone through and like had a chance to not look at the wiring for a while, then come back to it. Oh, so there's that. And the modeling stuff. I went and saw a new model shop down in Reading on Friday while I was down there. They have a lot of the nicer big Tamiya kits for the cars. I kind of like, I want to do a few, but I didn't have the money. They had a $119 one of a Fairlady Z from way back, like the 270 or 240, the old school ones.
Yeah, there's the 240, the 260, the 280.
Okay, I just know what I'm thinking about doing the Wagon Midnight car from the animated series.
I don't know if I know it.
Oh, that is it. That is the most epic anime to watch. I know you're into anime, right?
I do watch some anime, yeah.
And you are also a car girl. And you do like imports.
Yes, I do.
And street racing?
Of course I do.
Then this is... Did you ever see... not Tokyo Drift. The one with the Toyota Corolla.
Initial D?
Yes.
I haven't actually watched the series.
You haven't watched that one either? Those are masterpieces.
Yeah, I've been meaning to. It's just I've been caught up on watching some other things.
Oh.
It's just,
put it on your back burner list and get to it at some point.
Wait, I've been meaning to. Like I said, I've been meaning to. And by the way, we can't get in our gambling fix. It's broken.
Oh, here. Let me see if I can see why it's broken.
Yeah, because I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I typed in the chat hoping you'd see it.
No, I was busy chit-chatting. Come on. I don't care about any of that. Go away. Cloudbot. It is not on. That is why.
That'll do it.
Cloudbot is now on. We give it a couple seconds to finger it out, and
yeah, there we go. Works. We're good.
Okay. Oh, Jess found my girlfriend found some bots for Discord that I think I might add. One of them is actually a Pokemon bot, like we were talking about like 2 weeks ago. We were playing the Pokemon Go thing. Well, she found a Pokemon hunting bot for Discord. And her friends have been playing it. And there's a bunch of other bots. I think I'm going to look up some bots to add to the Discord for people to do there to help make that Discord more active. Because the more active it is, the better stuff I could actually get for the Discord itself.
Oh, for sure.
Because I guess that's how it works. Like once you reach certain tiers of activity and whatever, you unlock different things.
See, Bert, I've got a keyboard in my lap. Plus, you're probably looking for that. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, has it been...
So there's the car from.
Oh, okay. That is it's a 240. 240, possibly 260, but probably 240.
Yeah, it ran from 2007 to 2008.
Oh, not very long. At least just 2 years.
There's another better picture of the car itself.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's actually got the okay. So what's interesting about that is there was a variant with a lot of people just did an aftermarket, but out of the factory, the only factory ones with that headlight treatment of having the lens over top of the actual headlight.
I don't think this is one from the actual show, and it doesn't have it in, at least in this picture. There's no headlight covers on that one.
Well, actually, no, they're there.
Not look at the far one. Look at the one in the back. There's no lens there.
Also, it was just animated, not as good in that shot. I don't know.
Don't know.
But regardless, so those headlight covers, there was only a very rare one that had it, and their race cars had it as well. But it was a 240ZG, which I believe was Japan only. So.
Yeah. It's called the S30.
Yep, that's the chassis. Okay, Saber, like I said, there's a keyboard. Sir?
I don't know. But it is based off of a slightly true story from street racing in Japan.
He's getting you food there, sir.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm not paying to unlock stuff if there's no activity on the site, so. By the way, I think I'm going to add I think I did add a hobby thing. So as you're doing your Bronco build and stuff, post pictures and updates to that thread.
Yeah, because technically, so with Discord, the one thing is you can pay for it, or if you have enough activity in it anyways, they can be unlocked and actually put into the server. Right.
I'm just not going to put money into it if there's no activity.
Yeah, well, of course. That makes perfect.
I mean, obviously, if it's popping, and whatever, then I wouldn't feel bad adding, unlocking stuff. If it was benefiting exposure or whatever, if it made financial sense to do so.
Yeah.
Anybody want some wiring? Literally just drowning in. Well, some of this is not just wiring. Some of this is my mock wiring harness. It's just a bunch of climbing rope taped together, and then this is actually. Some of this is actually. I think all of this is. Wiring harness from the sniper. Yep, that's sniper. That's sniper. And that's sniper. Yeah, this is all sniper harness.
Yeah. The only wiring that I will have to do at some point is because I do need to fix. Well, for one, I need to fix my fog lights. Period. Because when I have the dyno smash them, I am going to be picking up a new set of fog lights.
Oh wait, you smashed them on the dyno?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. I didn't hear that part.
Wait, no. So, really steep on the dyno. I just didn't realize how steep it was. I just let the car just roll freely, and nobody was really paying attention, and smash.
Jesse says he sees a 7.8V back there. What? In my screen or hers or yours?
Not mine. There's nothing like that in my background.
What is a 7.8V?
Yeah, like I don't know what he was talking about.
He was talking about brakes.
Here. Well, if it's not mixed, doesn't matter.
Wait, he's talking about brakes or talking about lights? It's getting 7 to 8 volts.
Oh, he's talking about his own. He was working on his brake lights.
Okay. Wow. Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, it took me a minute to figure that one out. Reading
I'm
that too.
not even, like, I'm awake, but I'm not. Just with everything going on, my ADHD is all over the place. I still have a wiring down here, don't I? I do. I still have. This is the pigtail for the Hyperspark. More wiring.
The one time I say something.
Well, things have calmed down outside. I wonder if they got that fire put out. Right before I started my live stream, right around 8:00 my time. So like an hour before I started my live, one of the houses downtown went up in a blaze of glory. Definitely took out the house and then the two next to it. I shall have to see if.
Yeah, because you can probably put it here. It'll work. It won't fall.
You're dead.
Yeah. You're not. Oh. Yeah, it was such a bad hole. Like.
Yeah, so that was just down the street. So everything's all smoky up here, and there was all kinds of commotion, which I don't hear any now. So I'm assuming that everything kind of died down. Oh, yeah. I would check grounds, and then I would check for not getting full voltage. I would trace your wiring back and just make sure that it's not going to something that's not supposed to. But grounds would do it. Poor ground, or if you have something drawing power through that line. But new wires from the cab back. Yeah, check your grounds. Check your connection where you brought it into the cab.
Yeah, because it could just be that it's loose, or sometimes I have noticed with Fords, I don't know why, this is always a thing, that I have found on any old Ford, even if it's not new wiring back there, there's always a wire
Hi, Biggie.
on the passenger side for whatever reason that gets a little loose right towards the terminal, and you have to move it a certain way to get the voltage right. It's so weird. I don't know why. Almost every single Fox body I've worked on, and a couple of the old trucks have been like that too. So I wonder if that's the case.
I don't know. It's funny because I've watched quite a few restoration videos of different things, and it just looks like Ford wiring is nightmare.
It's better than duct wiring.
Well, I mean, like, even with the ignition switch that they use in those, where like everything's attached to the switch.
Not really. Mind you, I guess it depends on what it is.
It's that one. It's like a big barrel switch, and then like all the wires go to the back of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Where GM doesn't use that style.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's only like 3 or 4 wires to into it. It's not that many.
I don't know. They look like really big fat wires. Whereas, like I said, GM uses a different style where their key turns on like a relay that adds power to the stuff down in the fuse box and shit. One splits for running the lights, the other 2 have a blinker brake. No reverse lights. What do I do? Just yell out the back? I'm backing up, you idiots!
Or plot twist, he has a beeper but no
boop boop boop. He's just neglected to put them back in. I see. What are you doing, doggo? This has been a year since we've had doggo here. I just got the notification on my Facebook that it was today that we got him. I ended up having to wire in a reverse light switch for my TA, which I gotta make sure I remember that, because my reverse light switch isn't where it's supposed to be on the column. By the way, in a minute, ads will run for some viewers. But yeah, I gotta remember. I gotta go back through and make sure that I have that in provision. That my reverse, my pigtail for my reverse lights goes to my center console. I have a little micro switch attached to the gear selector, so that way when the one spot where a bolt goes through is in the reverse position, it presses down on that switch, which activates the reverse lights. Could technically have my neutral safety switch tied up to that exact same spot, but I don't. Well, it would be in a different spot. It would be would you stop? No. We do not need a heck and protect. No. Lay down. Lay down. No. Everything's fine. Down. Down. Lay down. No. I'm sitting here having a conversation with my dog in the middle of a podcast. Lay down. Everything's fine.
Well, actually, speaking of like wiring, because like I said, I have to fix the wiring for my fog lights just because we did it. Oh, how did that stay up? Sorry, I'm watching the Stanley Cup final game. This is game 1, and the one thing is, so like my fog lights are wired in the way you shouldn't do it, with basically just a prong that goes straight into a fuse like that. And which it got a little crispy.
Yeah. Considering fog lights tend to use as much as a headlight.
Yeah, and these are old school, so they definitely do. Like we checked it, it was only like I think it was 7 amps actually, which is
that's not too bad. That's a decent amount, but it's not too bad. Well, that's per fog light or both?
Both.
That's not that bad for both.
No, not really. But so I need to fix that. And I do have a relay, and we're just gonna wire to a relay, and that's all fine. But then if I want to go racing with the car ever, which like I'll be the slowest one on the track, but I don't care. Have fun. I'll actually have to wire in a safety system to where I wouldn't be able to start the car unless if it was in neutral.
This is the automatic car or the manual car?
This is the manual car, which it wouldn't have had that from the factory.
Yeah, no, an automatic would.
Yeah, like manuals later would, but not then.
Well, figure out how they do it in the later ones and see if you can replicate that.
Yeah, you can just get an aftermarket thing and just do it. And that's probably what I'm going to do. or just literally you could even have it on like a sort of switch or something. I don't know. I have to ask actually.
Well, how are you supposed to have it on a switch unless that switch is somehow activated by where the gear selector is?
Yeah, and that's the complicated part. Like I'd have to figure it out. I could always ask Logan, to be honest, because he has a Fox body. I'm pretty sure his is a stick. And his is built. So he actually won his class this past weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, first race of the season, and he won the evening. It's like pretty sweet.
Yeah, right now my neutral safety switch is still on the column. It's because my gear selector is always in park.
Oh. The selector itself isn't right?
Well, it's because the one on the column. So the way that the Trans Ams did it, because technically their gear selector is down there on the on the center console. They had a linkage that ran from the center console up to the column. So it went through the tunnel, up the front of the firewall, to the bottom of the column. So that way they can still have the key to keep the vehicle from being able to be taken out of park, and for the neutral safety switch. So, like, if you didn't have the key in, I couldn't pull the car out of park. If I didn't have the key unlocked. Well, considering that my car has headers, right? So there's no selector on the column for what is making noise?
That's Facebook.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Facebook is open at. Oh, there it is. Goodbye.
Yeah, because like in your Trans Am, like that's overly complicated. Because in the Fords, so much easier now.
Well, I mean, it's not really that complicated. It's literally the exact same thing it would have been if it would have been an automatic on the tree. All right, so basically what it is you had the lever.
No. If it was on the tree, that makes perfect sense.
All they did was they just removed the external selector, the lever, but all of the internal mechanisms in the column is the same. So basically, the column didn't care whether it was an automatic or a manual column. The internal workings of the column worked the same. So the neutral safety switch, the reverse light indicator, all of that was still up in the column. Just like it would have been if it would have been an automatic or a manual car or a column shift car.
Oh, see, on the Fox body, actually, like the neutral safety switch is underneath the car. It's
it's on the transmission itself.
Yep, it is.
Whereas in the GMs, it's at the base of the column, inside the car, but on the base of the column. It's actually attached to the column itself, and it gets its gear selection from the column. So like I said, so the down at the base of the column on the outside of the firewall is a nub that travels with what would be the gear selector if it was on the tree automatic, which is also interconnected into the ignition switch, your reverse lights, and your all that stuff. It's got a rod that runs up through the center of the column. And there would already have been linkage from that little nub down underneath to the transmission gear selector. That linkage hasn't changed whether it's on the column or on the floor. But if it's on the floor, it has another cable. It's cable instead of actual like a solid bar linkage that runs to the selector that moves the selector. Whereas it would have been the rods that moved it if it was still on the column. So those rods are still there, but they now transfer the motion from the gear selector up to the column so the column knows where it's at. Because also your your shift indicator is normally up on your dash, which it gets its information from the column as well. But I think on the TAs it's not on a dash in a TA. In a TA, it's still down in a center console.
Yeah, and I'm just assuming it was just interchangeable with.
Yeah, that column works for any car you put it in. GM columns are basically the same thing, whether they're in a truck, a car, or whatever. They're all generally the same as long as you get the right year.
Yeah, see, the one thing is with like the Fox bodies, because Fox body column is a Fox body column. The only difference is going late enough, you would have actually no. Airbags, I don't think were actually no. 93, I believe, is the only year that had an airbag. And the only difference between the columns, which you can do, you just have to wire it differently, is so from 79 to 83, the horn. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. There's no roof on that center one.
My mic is super low. I haven't done anything.
It doesn't sound super low on my end.
Yeah. Oh. Hang on. Let me see if I can change something to that. Give me a second. Try that. Is that better?
Oh, it doesn't change anything on mine. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can always boost your mic.
Yeah. I was just trying to adjust here, but that's not working. So that's
Oh, do you know what? Try that.
Hello? Is this better?
No, where is... They're not hearing you for some reason. Try that.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Hello? So, like, the one thing is, my mic is, it's not through the headset, because I can't get the mic to work on the headset for some reason with the computer. It's just being such a pain in the ass. Okay, he said that word. He said that word.
Okay.
And he said now there's an echo.
No. The echo is because I activated two of the same.
Oh, okay.
So right now I have everything on its own separate input, so I can change volumes accordingly. I also activated desktop audio, which would literally broadcast everything my desktop is playing. So I can turn off all the individual inputs and just use that, but then everything would be at the same volume level of whatever's playing on the computer. So I couldn't make something louder or softer if it was too loud.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or too quiet.
Fair enough.
I could have boosted your voice if it's too quiet. I actually have you turned down a little bit because sometimes your mic is overpowering.
It can be. Because anytime I've done the live stream off of here, it's been through this, and like the only thing is that it might be a little quieter because like it's not quite as loud in here as what it is right now. Technically, like it's not loud in the room, but like I have the game on and stuff like that. And
yeah, we can hear the game once in a while. Not a very big deal, but it could be playing with noise suppression.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. You know, I just one of those things because my dad's also watching the game too. Otherwise, I'd have this a lot quieter. So
no, you're fine.
But
unless they can't hear you, you're fine because I don't think the game is coming through that loud unless you stop talking.
As I stop talking.
Right.
But I mean, if it does become a problem, you know, I can probably turn it down a little bit.
Oh. This stream is sponsored by... Wait. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. Oh. I'd like to get back to doing things that are not stressful. I can't say why I'm doing things that are stressful. We covered that at the very beginning of the live. I'm going through some possible at-home life-changing events. Hopefully for the better, but I can't say what they are, and I can't say why I have to go through them. If you know me, you might know why. But yeah. Can't say them live up here on the podcast. But haven't had time to do the things that I enjoy doing, like working on my cars or working on the model stuff.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, because Shane is just here to de-stress too. I'm gonna say, what happened? Because I haven't seen much from you today, other than we shared a couple things back and forth with each other. But that's it. Oh, really?
My new buggy is fed.
Because he just got this little buggy that he got.
Is it fed or dead?
Yeah, effed.
Oh.
That's it. Yeah. Because
There should be a comma or something in there.
It's interesting because this buggy is not a Volkswagen base. It's actually a Corvair with like a dune buggy sort of cage over top. But it's,
let's just make that all kinds of complicated then.
Not really, because it's just basically there's no body there other than just like the cage of like you've seen a sand.
Yeah, but a Corvair engine is a little bit more complicated than a Volkswagen engine.
Not overly. It's a 6-cylinder instead of a 4. It's not just 4 bolts to drop it out, but it's really not that complicated. It's still air cooled. There's
a Corvair at the one show we were at either last week or the week before. My buddy's Fast and the Furious car was funny because like he doesn't live anywhere near me. He lives probably about 2 hours south of where this car show was, and that car show was like an hour south of me. Someone cut the bottom of the brake back plate off, so the brake shoes split out the bottom because there was no shoe surface.
Like, why would somebody?
That's not good, but that sounds like that's fixable.
Oh, it is, but why would somebody do that? Like, that makes no sense to me.
Because people are stupid and assholes.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not like I don't think that somebody just did that to him. It was more just he got it like that. Is my guess.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that, like I said, people are stupid and assholes and don't realize what doing something might cause problems down the road.
Yeah, it's funny. I just opened up Marketplace and found he just found the only pair in America that is that rare. Oh, crap.
Only fair.
I said only pair.
Oh.
Pair.
Wait, a pair of
those. The plate.
For a Corvair.
Yeah.
Corvairs aren't that rare here in the United States.
It might just be that's not a perishable part though. Like, that's not a part that goes, so I can imagine that's probably pretty rare to find. Without just like finding one that just
probably. Yeah, I know. I mean, most of the thing is he might have found the only pair that was for sale at that moment, in something like that. Because a lot of our stuff that's like that, you're not gonna find on like a Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah,
you're gonna find that in.
Yeah, but that's probably what he means. Because you can go find one in a junkyard, I'm sure. But also, depending on year with Corvairs too, they changed a lot throughout their whole development cycle.
Right, but the other place you might find them are more of like Corvair specialty warehouses, things like that, because we tend to stockpile stuff like that, and that stuff doesn't end up on places like Facebook.
Yeah. So what he just said there, those, oddly enough, I think was only the first 3 or 4 years of the entire run that he's talking about. Because he also has this weird, now he's gonna just replace it with an electric fan, but early Corvairs have a really weird system with their fan. So basically, there's a belt that runs the fan on top, but instead of running it with 3 pulleys, they only have 2. With one single belt. So the belt actually does a 90 degree to spin the fan up top. And what happens when you kind of bend a belt like that? Well, it flies off all the time. It's such a terrible design. I don't know why they did that, but they did.
Simplicity.
Yeah, but no. Like,
I mean, the thing is things like, the hell else does that? There's some lawnmowers that do that. That'll twist the belt. I'm not sure which one's off the top of my head, but I've seen it before. don't know if it was Snapper. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, but it's just kind of dumb. Like, it really is. Yeah, complex simplicity, exactly.
We have doubled the time of last week's live stream already.
There you go. That's because I'm here.
The funny thing is, I was talking about this yesterday to Jess. Because I also didn't do an intro, so that 20 minutes was literally straight out the box. I didn't do that 10-minute thing that I do at the beginning of normally. Look at most of the podcasts, like, Grants and all. They were only like 20, 30 minutes long.
Yeah. Oh, most podcasts are an hour or less. Like, majority of them are.
Maybe that's my problem. Maybe my podcast is just too long.
That doesn't change a thing. Yeah.
No, it's like, because my podcast is more of like a revolving door. I mean, you get some people to pop in, and then you get other ones that leave, and new people pop in.
Yeah, and it's not like, because you don't have like a huge dedicated fan base for this, that you could actually run not as long of a live stream, to where you just have enough interaction in the chat. Sometimes you need to run it longer so that you can, get to other fans. Like, I know with my live streams, oddly enough, they have, or at least had, the most sort of action. It's kind of weird. It's not in the middle of the day, not on the weekend. It's actually
like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Basically, yeah. Because I get people from like,
or my time 2 o'clock in the morning.
No, later not. Like my time 2 o'clock.
Because I know that I've seen that you've gone to live on your channel after mine's end sometimes.
I have, yeah. Well, because like, oddly enough, what happens is I get the night owls that are a little more talkative at night, but also I get the people who are just getting up in like Australia.
Yeah.
It works out pretty well, actually, when I've done that. But, yeah, it's just one of those things.
I'm not up that late. We have been up till 4 o'clock in the morning my time. I end up regretting those days. Because, kids and liking to get up at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Understandable. Yeah, I understand that. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, well. Crap. Yeah.
Brain fart.
Yeah, my brain just...
It has left you.
Yeah, it's been happening more and more lately.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
It's called getting older.
It's also called my condition. It does happen. I deal with it a lot. It does that.
Remind me not to place my mouse down on the taskbar, because I just scared the crap out of myself that everything disappeared. I hovered my mouse over something, and it caused something on the... Yeah, there it was. It's when I bring it down on the thing and then I bring it up onto one of the tabs, it makes everything but that tab disappear.
Oh, yeah, and trust me, Shane, there are a lot of people that should not be modding cars, period. Or some of them maybe working on them, because they do stuff like that.
I mean, I just cut stuff off, and if it doesn't work, you smash it with a hammer, and, good to go. Actually, I did do that. When I had the 305 in the car, and I swapped it from the stock carburetor to the Edelbrock, the evap, the little vacuum solenoid that sits on the top on the intake, was in the way of the carburetor. So I just I forcibly moved it with a heavy weight, and it was kind of flattened.
That works.
It was an unnecessary part. I didn't have to pass emissions, so it just needed to be there. It didn't need to function anymore.
Yeah, and stuff like that.
So it was still there. It was still there. It was just not on the same plane of existence as it was before that day.
Yeah, I like the fact that I don't need that stuff at all. I
don't technically need it either, because that was a 305, and that was technically for a smog engine. And that was, the inline 6 didn't have that.
Yeah. Oh no.
And so because the inline six, which was the original engine for that car, didn't have that, I didn't technically need it for the V8. I just needed to have the original inline six smog equipment, which they also tried nailing me that I needed to have an air pump for that car. I pulled out the book. I pulled out the 77 Nova and the inline six and my VIN number, and I said, this car didn't come with an air pump. My car doesn't need a smog pump. Go fuck yourself. Besides, you ever try finding a smog pump for a freaking 77 Nova?
Yeah, that's gonna be a little.
Not a part I'm gonna be able to find at Summit.
No, that'd be a little tough. Actually, you know, there is because I'll be checking this out. It's gonna be next week at this point because they won't be open tomorrow. But out in Olds, actually, there's another car auction coming out, and there's something that is freaking hilarious in the auction. So it happens to be what year is it? I think
Engineer versus Small Guy. Pokemon battle music plays.
Because there is actually a so it's an OBS GMC truck, right? And they're just like, normally I don't really care about them other than they actually are quite popular. But this one, I think it's an 89, maybe it's 91, I can't remember. Regardless. So it has no hood on it, it has a giant exhaust stack on it, and it's swapped with a Nissan SD33 diesel. Which basically, if you remember like the Nissan Patrol, they kind of put those in those, and the Patrol was Nissan's version of like the FJ Cruiser. They were totally different.
I was thinking it was like a little SUV thing.
Yeah, just like that. And they made it for a long time, but it's really funny. And this one, non-turbo, so it makes like 110 horsepower and like 180 foot-pounds of torque or something like that. Like, it's not much. And so yeah, it's so sketch. Like, actually, I want to see if I can find that online here. Old auction mark, because I can share my screen, oddly enough, and you guys can see the masterpiece of this horrible invention. It's great. Am I signed in? Where is? We'll just do this. No, that's not it. Oh, it's because I'm in the wrong category. Hang on. No, I'm in the right one. I just gotta scroll down and listen to find it.
Yeah, Shane, she told us about your variable displacement engine that you have created.
Yeah, that thing is just so neat because, like, literally, you know, he does it for emissions. And also the fact he actually gets good gas mileage on the highway too. And yet his system's actually reliable, which, you know, for some reason, the big car companies can't make those reliable. Because, you know, like, cylinder deactivation on Hemis, well, they drop valves all the time. And on the LSs, actually, they do the same thing. Here we go. Start sharing. There we go. So let me know when you're ready.
It's already showing.
Is it? Okay. So you see this monstrosity in here. It does. At least it has a hater flap. I will say that, so that rain doesn't get in. But look at. So you see where my mouse is pointing over here, where these springs are? That is attached to the pulley here. That's the belt tensioner. Is these two springs? That are just attached to the core support on the fender.
Nice.
And
you got the ratchet strap holding shit in.
This thing, like, you can see a better look at it right there, right? So it's attached to this. It looks like an old shock that they took apart and welded to the fender. You can even see. There's the expansion tank. There's the expansion tank up here for some reason. Anywhere else instead of, you know, moved anywhere else.
Looks like the battery, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's 3 batteries. Oh yeah, there's 3 batteries.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't pass here in PA.
Oh no, it wouldn't pass here either. I can tell you that right off the bat. I can tell you that right off the bat. This thing would not pass
Does it literally have a third hit? A third?
It's just.
The fucking bed hitch?
Yeah, hang on.
For a fifth wheel?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Do they have a fifth wheel hitch?
Yeah, it does. Hang on.
So it has a fifth wheel hitch as well?
Yeah.
I thought that's what I saw in there.
I love that there's like so they adapted it to this, and you can see like they added this angle iron too, and it has lights on it, which is interesting. Only light on the one side, the other one's missing.
You only need it on one side.
But yeah, this thing is just freaking epic. It's horrible, and
backyard mechanics, man.
But also notice that the engine is not actually flat in there; it's actually at an angle.
Yeah, it's at a major angle.
I don't know how well this thing. Apparently, it does run. But I don't know.
How does it oil itself?
Yeah, it's just you know. But Keith is looking
not to mention that
to buy this thing.
That drive shaft angle for the U joints.
Which now, when you read the description for this thing, because it actually is still running a GM transmission. Like it would have been probably a 704. So I don't know how they adapted it to that little diesel. Yeah, I mean they probably made it. And I love that it's a mechanic special. Yeah, it is
mechanic. It's a Shane special.
Oh yeah, like this thing is just freaking awesome. And he wants to buy it just to screw around. It's so fun.
Yeah. Well, you got to reverse engineer it a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. I turned off my share screen.
I know. I gotta go back in here and turn that off.
Yeah.
Poop. Yeah. Oh God! You animal!
What? Oh.
Shane says that his Marauder has no motor mounts in it.
Yeah, and
I told him
he has a lot of projects. To be honest, I don't know.
So many projects, so little time.
Yeah, he's got a lot because
you got 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and people aren't gonna be able to hear you.
Well, that's just rude.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have your ads.
Now the big question is, did I get it? Because
Daddy made you your favorite. Here's ads. Hi, Dad.
But
could definitely hear your dad just clear his throat really loud.
Yeah, my dad is loud when he does anything. So he's just a loud person. It's okay. Oh, you just got cleared really loud. They all heard it. Like it's just one of those things. He's just anything he does is just loud.
You should hear me fart.
That's perfectly fine.
You don't need that, especially with the fan blowing this thing. Please don't fart.
We can hear him laughing. He's having a ball.
Yes, he is. We have a good time.
So Jesse won the luck of the draw. He didn't get the ad. Sage says he can find new motor mounts on this very car. I can't find the motor mounts for this very car. I have looked at the Galaxy and all the big Fords. No motor mounts exist for the Marauder.
Search it up for because that's gonna be a big luck Ford, a Mercury Monterey. Because that's what that thing's based off.
There you go, Shane. Mercury Monterey. Either that, or you just get out the welder and you just make your own.
Yeah.
You take an existing motor mount and you make your own car side mount.
You didn't.
Or depending whatever side you find.
Because I'm trying to figure out
a little bit of welding and ingenuity. I mean,
like what's so special about the Marauder under the hood that way? Because they're really not like yours. Because I think it has the 429.
Well, the thing is what it is it may just not be labeled as for the Marauder. You got to look it up by part number. So if you can find out what the part number of the original one was, you might find what other cars that they ran that on. It just may not be listed as for the Marauder. So if you can find the part number.
Yeah, apparently he's done that. So I don't know then. I would just.
I doubt they made a motor mount specifically just for that car and didn't use it somewhere else. It doesn't sound very corporate like.
Especially for Ford. That's a Dodge thing.
Yeah, it is used on something else. It's just not documented.
Like that's a Dodge thing for it to, Yeah,
considering let's see, they made the 318 and the 5.9 and how many other different freaking vehicles. Funny thing is, the intakes are all different.
Yeah,
I went and pulled it when I went and did the 318 swap in my green Ram. I got the 318 from a Dodge Durango. Everything was on the opposite side of the intake. So I ended up using the original intake off of my 318 of my Dodge, of the Ram, and just pulled the intake off of the one that came out of the Durango and swapped them.
I think his is a 1970. It's a Mercury Marauder, which, just kind of cool.
Apparently it's one of 5.
69, sorry. I always get that wrong. Because his, I think, has the 429 in it, which not all of them did. First day, first month. There you go.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, you can always just get a motor mount that fits the 429 and create the freaking chassis side of the mount.
Yeah.
As long as you have the the isolator part of it and the part that attaches to the block, or vice versa. As long as you have the isolator part, you can make an end that fits on both sides. You can make a plate that bolts to the block that will also adapt to the isolator, and on the other end, you can make a plate that attaches to the body somewhere and adapts to the isolator. I mean, you just need some steel and the welder.
Yeah, because I mean, you could be like every other dude way back in the day that put a small block Chevy in everything and just had a plate with a plate with a bolt and a hockey puck.
Yeah, done the hockey puck thing.
Oh yeah, hockey pucks work really well.
Or just do solid mounts, no isolation in it whatsoever. Just shake every freaking nut and bolt out of the freaking chassis.
Well, if you have enough of them actually attached together, it's not so bad. But I've seen hockey pucks done before, and it's not horrible because it actually does have isolation technically. It is vulcanized.
Right, but I'm saying, you could just do a solid mount. It's literally just bolted one end of the engine, the other end of the chassis. There's no isolation in it whatsoever. You're just shaking
the puck. Well, no, there's isolation.
No, that wouldn't be a solid mount because the hockey puck is the isolator.
You tried that too? You're gonna have to send me a picture of the mount area because now I'm curious. Yeah.
Because I mean, there's no reason why. I mean, people have been doing it in race cars forever. Making your own custom motor mounts for custom motor swaps and all kinds of other things.
Yeah, I mean, my
somebody does it. And nothing against Shane, and don't take this wrong, but you can create your own variable displacement engine, but you can't come up with your own motor mount design. I mean, Joe Bob is freaking learning how to fucking put a V8 in his freaking lawn tractor and making motor mounts for that thing work.
Oh wait, you want it to be matching on both sides because it might just.
Then make one for the other side.
Yeah. I mean.
You just make 2 of your own design, then it's completely custom and matching.
And you're just gonna paint it black anyway, so nobody's gonna see it.
Yeah. You close the hood, nobody's looking.
It's a big block. You're not really looking. You can't really see the motor mounts too well. It's not like my inline.
Numbers matching. Wait. Is this the same car that he has that is completely like?
No. This is the.
No, that was different.
Not
that was
the murder wagon.
Not the murder wagon.
You're thinking of the murder wagon, which is a Lincoln.
So basically, he's looking to do a. The thing is if you're not going to make it a concourse car, then it really doesn't. The motor. Nobody cares about the motor mounts numbers matching.
Shade.
I mean, like I said, unless you're doing a concourse restoration of some sort where you're looking for every paint marker spot and everything else, nobody's really
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't worry about what people say because
because it's either the car is running and driving and functional, or it's sitting in the back of somebody's yard completely rotting away because you couldn't find a motor mount.
Yeah, and really, how many people are looking at goddamn motor mounts unless you're like literally doing a Concord restoration? Like, he said. That's the only difference. It's, that's like my car, There is once in a blue moon I have people that are upset that I'm modding my car, which makes zero sense because it's an inline six.
No, it wouldn't be matching number to the VIN. It would be part number matching to that car is what he's talking about. So in other words, would that part have been on that car if somebody looked up what was on that car? And the thing is no, unless it's a concourse restoration, nobody's going to notice because of how many people put aftermarket, third-party parts on vehicles.
Yeah, and actually, here's the question: because are they just there and snapped, or are they gone completely? Because if they're there, you could just, try and brace them and weld them.
Or you might find the isolator part that might have been the part that failed. And that might be a more common part than the ends that attach to the chassis and the engine.
Yeah, that isolator is going to be just...
Oh my god.
What?
Prodigal son has returned. Or prodigal dad.
Wait, what?
If he stalks, you would swap. We have a Chris.
Oh, holy crap.
Evening, everybody.
They can't see Chris yet because it's only active speaker, so... I don't know. Chris, talk and see if it swaps. I may have to change some stuff on the screen.
Is it working?
It's working, but you don't... Is it not on active speaker? I'm on speaker mode. So it should swap.
Is that one?
Oh, there it goes. It swapped.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because we can hear you, just you weren't talking. That's all.
But how are we doing? Are we doing a little better than we were before? It's a journey. We all know it is.
Yeah.
Things don't heal overnight.
No, especially this one.
No, like I said, as long as it was better than it was last week.
Yeah, slowly.
Because we missed you.
It's a process we all got to go through. Yeah, it sucks when you do. All I can say at this point,
I'm not looking forward to myself. My mom is getting older, so I'm not looking forward to it either.
Anybody that's fortunate enough to have one or both.
Well, one can go fuck themselves. The other one I will hold dearly till the day she passes.
The ones you acknowledge. If you got one or both, spend everything you can with them, because when it's done, it's done. And you'll sit there and run through your head. I could have visited this. I could have called then. I could have done this. I could have done that. And there ain't a damn thing you can do.
Nope.
Yeah, definitely not. But well, one of mine is right next to me, so I get to see him all the time. So that's
just appreciate that he's there.
Oh, I always do. Sometimes I'm annoyed, but not very often.
And when you have little rifts, anyone has kids can feel that, because it doesn't matter how big they get. There's still that little fucking bundle you held in your arms. And you'll do whatever you can to help them or protect them.
So how long you been back on the road?
Too damn long.
Oh.
I was out the Monday following the final stuff. So basically we did all the services and the burial and all that on a Thursday. I took Lena back to the airport with the semi to Pittsburgh Saturday, and Sunday I was en route to get a trailer and a load, and I got it the following Monday.
Jeez, they give you very much time at all, did they?
Not because I wanted to, but when you own a business, just because your personal life stuff stops, the bills and everything else doesn't.
Yeah. Jesse says sorry about your loss. I don't know how much of the chat you can read right now.
I actually can't. I don't even have it open on anything. I've been having issues with my personal tablet, so I didn't even bother trying to open it over there. Thank you. Thank you to everybody with all the good wishes and prayers.
Yeah, we definitely missed you here.
Yeah, definitely have. I mean, it's been no joke. Other than like one live stream, it's just been like that was more than just me and him. It's just been me and Sean for the past while, to be honest. So
Month and a half almost.
Well, Brad has tried to pop in here and there, but he's back at doing his cardi business. So
yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh. Just in general though, and I'm not saying like, hey, you know, it was just like, what the hell are you doing away? Obviously not. It's good to have you back, and you know, and if you still need more time, and if you leave here even early, that's fine too, right? It's one of these things.
well, this show's always been a come and go as you please.
Yeah, and a lot of it. Between the personal garbage we're dealing with, we've done a lot of night shift driving. You know, where we're like early morning, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, running into late nights and already in bed on a break. On a lot of the Saturdays, just the way they've been routing me lately.
Wow.
Is that did your dad just become Santa Claus there, Cat?
Well, he didn't say ho ho ho, but you know, it was just.
It was pretty close.
Yeah. He has plates at him. I have a picture of Santa in my hallway.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, he just, you know, all of a sudden, like, he told me it was happening, but I didn't think he was getting changed here. I thought he would get changed, you know, at the facility. No.
You walked out and there's Santa Claus in your house.
Well, no. It was, so he, you know, dressed up as Santa Claus. I hadn't gotten out of bed yet, and he just at my door, and it's like, oh, hey, it's Santa. Because I mean, and if you've seen my dad, he does a great Santa because he's a bigger dude, and you know he's a very kind, sort of caring person. Plus, he's like about 6'2", give or take.
So on top of, to change gears here for a second because Brain just decided to. So on top of dealing with the stuff that I have to deal with in my personal life currently within the last week or so, I might also have to clean out the other side of the garage sooner than I thought I had to, and bring those two home, the Novas.
Yeah, you were mentioning that the other day. And...
Well, I got sent a thing in the mail about something about me needing to put insurance on those two vehicles. And like they have never requested it before. I've just told them no, there's no insurance on it. It's just they're parts cars. You know, they're not running and driving. I'm not going to insure them, and you know, that kind of thing. But they sent me a letter about that. But then also they just hit my account for like $204 for a month.
Ooh.
When I first put them in there, it was $140.
Yeah, that's quite...
So literally, that's like a freaking another $60, and I've been paying $160.
Well, I will say though, usually when you have a storage thing, they'll give you your first like 3, 4, 5 months, whatever, at a discounted rate, but then they'll.
I've been there for over a year.
Okay, I couldn't remember when you swapped them over there, so. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing to have them home too, to be honest, just because you know, hey,
well, yeah,
they're right there.
And the thing is one's coming home just to get rid of the part.
You should be close to 2 years, aren't you?
I don't think so.
No, not at that one, because the other place that was at, that was last year that you swapped it from there because you had found some awful dealings with said dealings.
Well, we had it at her dad's place, and his neighbors bitched about them being there. So me and Chris went and pulled them out, and it was about the same time that we brought the TA home, and then it was only a month or two later that we had to take the Nova. It was only a couple months later that we took the Novas down there, and we went and rescued Chris's SE.
See, you just have to scroll back far enough on your channel because you did. I believe you posted about it, and you'd know exactly when. But you know, that's so maybe it is closer to 2 years. Then it's just it doesn't feel like it's been that long.
No, it doesn't feel like it's been that long.
Jeez.
And if anybody asks you, yeah, we're wrapped up with plastic wrap because we did a thing last Sunday.
On what? What's wrapped up in plastic wrap?
Arm.
Oh, you got a tattoo.
Yeah.
Cool.
I can't get it.
It was 1 year ago.
It was 1 year ago. Okay.
What date? I don't know exactly.
Because I know we moved Jean Grey with the Dodge.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, went it off.
And that was well over a year ago.
You'll take that all day long.
Well, Jean Grey we brought back a couple months after I moved in here. We moved it, so that would have been 2021.
Yeah, it was December.
End of 2021.
It was the trip returning after taking Jean Grey to your house where I ended up in the hospital with a diabetic emergency and then switched hospitals the rest of the month with COVID pneumonia. So December last year, this past December, Jean Grey would have been home a year.
Yeah, we're not talking about Jean Grey. We're talking about
the Novas.
Christine. Which I'm looking. I could find a picture of her. I just gotta find where it's at.
Should have a picture of her on the trailer.
Oh, I do. I have pictures, videos. I have all that stuff. So I'll just have to tell you.
Yeah. You just gotta scroll through.
How many freaking zillion pictures?
Yeah, I know that is. Pictures like that though I have in albums so.
Not on my one thing I don't. Which is where I'm at.
Fair enough.
Would be the originals. So Google Images doesn't have, or Google Pictures doesn't have. I don't have folders for that.
Oh, I mean, just like in my albums period, I just do that, and it gets transferred.
I got two of those.
Two of what?
Lane is out to dinner with friends of hers, and she just turned her. She's on the tablet. She turned the camera around, and one friend she's out with give me the bird. Told him I had two of those. Now what the hell?
She doesn't like you, apparently. Does she not like you? Her one friend.
Oh, they both do.
March 5th, 2022.
He just likes giving me shit because when he first met me, I said I remind him of Captain Crunch from the cereal. So that was the nickname he gave me. And he found out that I hauled apples back from Washington all the time. Well, I want some apples. Well, he didn't specify he wanted a bag. Okay, you want apples? Fine. The only way I could get apples at the market or at the warehouse was by case. So I brought two cases
he cut him a whole
apples.
case of apples?
No, I brought him two.
Oh, shit.
So am I gonna do with all them apples? Shit, what you doing with them apples? It's your problem. You said you wanted apples. Now you got apples. You can make apple sauce, apple cake, apple muffins. Yep.
So that was the Nova. The Nova went down on March 5th. The last Nova. So the black one went down on March 5th. The gray one went down.
God damn.
On February 19th. Because there's the gray one.
Yeah, that was when Lena went home.
Yep. So, yeah.
Bullshit.
March 5th was when the black one went down. The 19th is when I opened up the account. Of February. So just over a year. What are we talking about? Side draft units.
Wait, no, because Shane just mentioned, how to add EFI to 63 Corvair. And I just told him, side draft CFI. That'd be great. On that, that'd be so cool, actually.
I'm sure Holly has an application for that.
I don't know, because, Holly does have a one-barrel sniper unit, but I don't know if it can be used in a side draft application.
Why not? It's fuel injected.
True, but it still has the injectors in it, and just, again, depending on...
The injectors just point down the vent, down.
I mean, it should.
I think you could probably put that upside down and it wouldn't care.
And, and Super Coupe swapping it, that's just a death trap. If you do that. Because that's even more weight on the asset. And it's not a low slung engine either, like the...
Would that be would that be a Super Coupe under glass at that point?
Would it be what, sorry?
A Super Coupe under glass. Yes, I'm referring to the famous Hemi under glass.
Well, see, Corvairs, I'm not aware of them having oil starvation issues, to be honest, so not sure.
Well, I think he was talking about it doesn't... The fuel injection part of an engine running doesn't give a shit what direction it is, but an engine being upside down is going to give a shit about oil starvation.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, no,
a fuel injection will let the engine continue running no matter what direction it is, unlike a carb, which as soon as you turn a carb upside down, it tends to stop working very well, considering everything is gravity fed.
Gotcha, that makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, because I didn't know.
Fuel injection doesn't care. It's pulsed with, it's an injector, so it's electrically pushed through an opening. It doesn't care what direction it's pumping it.
True. That makes sense. But actually,
and the air going through the throttle body also is not giving a shit about which direction it's being carried.
Because something that I'm looking into, and actually I finally found the information that I've been chasing for a couple weeks now. Because there is a thing.
Hold on, Kat. He just I know. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting for a reason. He just posted that's why they have fuel rollover switches. It depends on where the rollover switch is in the Holly Sniper. Whether or not it might mess with that.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know, because bunch of, Holly Sniper one barrels, I think they just overfuel the hell out of the motor. Because the Holly Sniper one barrel is designed to run an entire engine, not one cylinder. And unless if you had a separate...
It doesn't care. It takes the amount of air coming in, so it has a mass airflow sensor, and it takes a measurement of the exhaust gases going out, and it will adjust the air-fuel mixture accordingly. You can't overfuel it.
Shane, there is a one barrel Holly Sniper application.
No, he's talking about the rollover switch, which I was just thinking that, because if they don't have a rollover switch, I might have to incorporate one in my TA somewhere. Because I don't think that if they don't have one built into the sniper unit, then there isn't one in my car somewhere.
Let's find out. I'll look this up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Rollover sensor. Let's see. So I'm not seeing that with the EFI kit.
It might. I was just didn't know if it was something that was inside the actual
No, because it looks like
computer
they
itself.
sell. It looks like they sell that to go into the fuel tank. That's all.
Well, I do have the in-tank Holly pump too.
Yeah, see, like this one, it's just a retrofit random, thing. On Holly's website is only $26 US, so that's not bad. If you search it up, you'll find it. You just have to scroll down a little bit. Yeah, and it just... The only thing that would suck, though, is that if you have one of those, and if you... Because we don't know how much power your Trans Am's not going to make. Not that I think it would make quite this much power. But... if you made so much power that just the inertia from inside the tank, just from you launching, just shuts it off.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of funny, actually. It's kind of like when Hennessy was modifying CPSVs. Every time they would launch, because they were pulling almost 2 Gs, it would call OnStar thinking they got into a crash.
Yeah.
They figured that one out finally. But it's just so funny that they had that issue for a long time going, how the hell do we make it so that it knows better?
I'm looking at a motor trend article right now.
Yeah. And Shane first found out about them because when he took a turn too fast in his Thunderbird, Sarah shut off. Which Sarah is the name of his T-Bird and happens to be a Super Coupe.
There.
Shut up.
If it worked, I sent it to both of your personal messengers.
What would you send me?
Picture when it was done. The ink.
Oh. It hasn't sent yet.
It's just coming through on my end. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
It's pretty good artwork, too. Whoever did a pretty good job.
Wow, they still haven't gotten rid of it. It keeps reigniting. The fire down the street.
Is there a Tesla in there? Because that would explain it.
Right?
Which, actually, something that was kind of funny, because I was dealing with this guy in comments, because I was explaining, a few weeks ago on a post that, I'm getting my car dyno, this is what it's done, this is what's done to it, what I'm hopefully getting out of, getting power-wise, and stuff like that, and the guy had no idea, even though I explained everything, of what motor I had, and everything, and yet he kept calling it a different size motor every single comment he made. Which I'm like, dude, it's right there in the post. I run a 200 inline 6, and he initially called it a 289 inline 6. That doesn't exist. That's a Windsor engine. Then he called it a 232, which is a Chevrolet engine. Although he tried to explain it afterwards that, oh no, the 3.8 is a 232. Technically, yes, but we weren't using cubic inches when the 3.8 came out. We swapped over to the liters at that point. And just stuff like that. It's like, what are you doing, bud? It just, all the information is right up there, and you just kept messing up over and over and over again. That damn GPS, always going.
Okay, so I don't know.
don't have that much carbon buildup. Only a little bit.
I don't see anything in here so far about having an that might be something I need to look into more.
Yeah, I would just do that after. I would just do that after the stream because you're not engaged at all.
No, not at all.
Like, literally, I talked about a whole thing, and you probably didn't hear a lick of what I said.
You were talking about a guy saying something about his engine, and every time he mentioned it, it was a different size.
I would say we're kind of listening. It just you weren't, actually saying it.
Not fully engaged.
But it's just, it was just kind of funny though, and Shane trying to say all the carbon buildup, bro. You saw the carbon buildup of my plugs. It's not that bad. And those plugs have less than 1,000 kilometers on them so far, so yeah. I have new plugs in the car too for any of my in case I melt on the other side of them. But I can just pull over to the side of the road if it starts like really running extremely rough. I can pull over to the side of the road, swap the plugs really quick, no big deal.
Yeah, people are just thinking we're running a diesel.
I don't roll coal. I had one car do that.
That white car, when it was working, basically dumping raw fuel into the cylinder. You might as well have been running a diesel.
Oh, that thing was just, it is so hurt. It's so funny that, because people were asking me, like, why wasn't I driving it at the time? Like,
oh my god. Shane is talking dirty to your plugs.
Yes, I know.
Sounds right up Chris's alley.
Mm-hmm.
Are you reading the chat yet, Chris, or do you want me to read it to you?
No, I don't have the chat open to be able to read it.
Okay, so they were talking about Cat's plugs and whatever, and he's commenting to what we were talking about Cat saying that they're not dirty. So Shane goes, "Shush, they're dirty now. Oh, so dirty, you little plugs." Oh, that's funny.
That's terrible.
That 200 has a little head, but it's okay. Size doesn't matter.
It's true. I can have fun with that.
I don't know. Those inline 6 heads, if you ever had to fucking carry those around, or at least the Chevy ones, especially with the integrated intake on them, my god, are they a heavy son of a bitches.
Yeah, I've never actually lifted the head, but I know it's all cast iron, so it's going to be a big...
I have lifted the heads off of a Chevy inline 6, and it is not a small feat. They are heavy. Let's just say I had a Cadillac 500. Picking parts off of that is lighter than this freaking inline 6. The heads on my Cadillac were lighter.
Lots of fun. Well, hey, I don't want to cut and bail, but I got to fuel up a reefer, and I'll be headed up through the woods here into nowhere, Arkansas, and Flintshire is going to suck. So,
hey, we were glad to have you as long as we did.
I will bid all of you a good night. Keep your heads in the game.
Be safe.
Be safe and live the good life.
You be safe and make your destination.
Oh, yeah, this one's an easy one. We get up here and get our stuff done and probably hang out up here and take a break for the night.
Alrighty. I'm not sure how long I'm going to do this live stream anyway, but you are more than welcome to at least listen to it.
Oh yeah, we'll throw that in the.
For as long as you have service. Your son should be popping in.
Fight with it.
Yeah, your son should be popping in at some point, whenever he gets done doing the carny thing.
Yeah, depending on what they got there, that's a headache sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't know how long I'm going to stay on.
Naughty. I'll check.
But for a little while at least. I do need to go get another drink. I will be right back, Kat, if you want to entertain the folks for a hot minute.
Yeah, I can. Although I will say one quick thing. The 200 inline 6 head is just a hair under 100 pounds.
Yeah, I told you they were freaking heavy. Remember, in school, I shaved one of those. I redecked it.
It's just a wrong night all the way around. I mean,
what?
You hear Cat talk about a heavy head and dirty plugs. Next, the heels are going to come in the couch and says, "All right, we're stopping before it gets to the fishnets."
Yeah, we need to keep it somewhat clean here, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like what Shane said in the chat.
Yeah.
When the piston goes bang, 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 the head goes, ooh.
Well,
Now,
no,
there's
the
a
one
book
after
wrote
that.
about that in the movie, Chitty Chitty.
This is the last one I have. Is there one after that? I got
Yeah.
the 200. The 200 has a little head, but it's okay.
Yeah,
you'll have a good
The
night.
size doesn't matter. Then I have when the piston goes bang, 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 the head goes, ooh.
Yeah, there's one more that says, "What does the head say to the crank? Rotate me and bang me, daddy."
I'm missing that one.
Yeah, it's there.
I don't have that one on my end.
Yeah, I've got that one on mine.
I'm on live chat. How do I not have that one?
I don't know. But trust me, it's there. I allowed it through.
No, I do. I had to
okay.
whatever. For some reason, I missed it. That one didn't show up.
Yeah. Well.
See, YouTube knew I wouldn't have liked that one, and so they hid it from me.
Yeah, well, it did show up as a thing to hide it or show it, and I just decided to show it. Because it's not that one's not bad. So.
But it should have shown up on my end to freaking hide it or show it.
Yeah, no, secretly, this is my show now. It's not yours.
Oh, this is a hostile takeover. Got it.
Yep.
All right, I concede. Don't hurt me.
Yeah. Anyway, you can go get your drink.
Keep your Ford parts.
Hey, I love my Ford parts.
Yeah, you keep your Ford parts over there. I want nothing to do with it.
I mean, I've got a Ford part Lily right here.
Oh no!
It's an emissions device, so it's even worse.
Oh no! It's even worse. It's an emissions device.
Yeah. So what this is? It's a charcoal canister.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think like last year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I still have it around.
The fact that it's still sitting on your coffee table is amazing.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out yet because it's just kind of interesting to look at.
It's a fidget toy.
It kind of is, yeah. When you're ADD, you just keep shit around that you shouldn't.
I am right now playing with a little tiny screwdriver. I was playing with one of the pieces for. Remember when I did the video for the dishwasher to washer dryer hookup video?
No.
You told me I was going to put it up when I first did it.
I don't know if I saw the video, to be honest.
Right. Well, anyway, this is actually a piece from when I did that conversion. But now that my washer and dryer is actually, mounted to the counter in my kitchen, I no longer need this piece. So it ended up on my desk. I'm now fidgeting with it. I also have I was playing with, I don't know where it went. That might have ended up on the floor, and that's why I'm not playing with it anymore. I got a chewed up pen that my dog chewed. I had the pointed end with the spring somewhere. There's a dog at my feet. Oh, it's on the floor now, next to the dog who chewed it up. I was fidgeting with that earlier. I have my my glorious, sparkly mustache. It's actually a pair of wings.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a freebie in one of my girlfriend's crystal wholesale boxes. I don't know what it's made out of, but it's damaged on the back, so it's a freebie.
Yeah, nice.
I get all her rejects.
And the reason why I wasn't here last week because there's
you were at a car show, weren't you? Car cruise?
Well, okay. There was two things. So Saturday, I drove up and to a museum, and basically when the podcast started was when this event was going on at this museum. So it's actually it's not just a car museum, although they have a lot of cars there. It's called the Reynolds something museum out of Wetaskiwin. So I drove up and I went there with a friend of mine, Alicia. Her car is actually part of the exhibit, which goes on for about a year and a half. That'll be there. So, and this exhibit, because it was driving through the 70s, so you've got, bunch of 70s vehicles, and like hers is a epitome of the 70s. It's because it's a 77 Mustang Cobra 2.
So it would have been out when my cars were new.
Yeah, it was. And it's just really cool to see that. And there was, of course, there was a Starsky and Hutch Torino, because there has to be. There was a 69 Charger, but it wasn't dressed up like the Dukes of Hazzard.
It's okay. Sometimes you just get tired of seeing the Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh yeah, there was an AMX that was either 69 or 70. There was a really sweet 240Z race car. Was there too.
The thing is this might be going against popular opinion, but I like the Javelin more than I like the AMX.
Well, because the styling is a little polarizing for some. Because it, like, all an AMX really is, it's the you chop the back off of a Javelin, make it a two-door, or make it a two-seater, I should say, and that is an AMX, at least first gen.
No.
Because second generation was just a trim model that only had V8s in them, and then the third generation was based off of a Concorde, I think. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the Javelin more. The longer body just looks better.
See, I've left that.
In my opinion.
I was gonna say, can you see his comment that's being held for review? I just haven't done anything with it yet.
No.
That is so weird. Why can't you see them?
I'm not seeing any of the held for review comments.
Yeah,
Am I not a moderator on my own channel anymore?
Yeah, because I mean, it's not a bad comment or anything, like, to be honest, but it's just, like I'll show it. It's not bad. And just for some reason that was popping up, and I wonder why that's popping up in the thing. But
How am I not a moderator in my own freaking channel?
yeah, because nice goal.
Got deflected it.
Maybe because I didn't have it. Okay. Apparently, for some reason, moderated activity was not shown to be on. Apparently, I don't know. Somebody else has to post something that's inappropriate. Somebody try putting in like a link or something. I don't know.
See, the problem is I can't because I'm a mod.
We need somebody who's not already a wrench.
Oh yeah, I know that. Shane, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is I'm not seeing the comment that's being held for review. And what if there was no other moderators here? You know?
Yeah,
I mean, granted, I have a lot of moderators in this channel that have been with me for a long time, and that's how they end up there. If you get on this live stream on a good night, almost everybody has a wrench. And it's not because I give it to everybody, it's just the regulars. They're the ones that have been here forever. They're the ones that have seen me sit here and have to struggle with assholes and bots and everything else.
Yeah, I am so glad we don't have to deal with that stuff as much anymore.
You're going to say that. Next week, we're just going to be flooded.
Yeah. I mean, if it happens, it happens. But,
I mean, the only thing is what was bad when it was on our own friends that were sitting here trolling us.
True.
Over what we thought were friends.
And Shane, well, I've been here for 3 years. You've been here for 4 months.
So not only that, she's also a co-host.
There's that too. Like,
she wouldn't be up here on screen as a co-host if I didn't have to. If I felt I had to worry about what she would deem appropriate or not. The only one that's questionable is Chris.
At times.
Because sometimes Chris breaks his own moderation rules.
He does. You know, and I mean.
But Chris has also been a friend for, almost as long as I've had the TA.
Yeah, like a lot. You guys have known each other for a long time. Like, I've only known you.
He's had my back so many times.
Like, I've only known you for, I think, 3 years, maybe 4, but I think it's 3.
Yeah. But he's also lives, he lives not as far as you, but he has driven all the way back here to PA to help me out. Just to come out here to help me out, not because he was already out here doing something else. So, yeah. I owe him one hell of a lot. Yeah, well, down with it, what? This corporation or you?
Whoops, I meant, that's supposed to say corporation, not corporating. Fail.
It definitely is poor. I'm not making very much money out of this.
Yeah, no. I mean,
I'm still sitting here without a drink because you were supposed to be entertaining them, and instead you have entertained me, and I haven't gone anywhere.
Well, I was gonna say, like I tried to say it, and then you interrupted me, so I stopped. I said that you could go and get your drink.
You were supposed to be entertaining them, not me, but you're just entertaining. I'm going to go now before you distract me more.
Oh, distraction.
I'll be right back. Might pick up some nuts while I'm out there.
I mean, Shane, you could always, if you wanted to come for a visit here, you could. I just don't have a spot for you to stay here. But... Plus, you can experience firsthand of the raw power and speed of my Mustang. But I was gonna say, because how many people do we actually have in the chat? Because I don't know why on PC I do not see. Well, sorry.
I don't hear any conversation going on.
Well, it's okay. I don't have to talk every single moment when you're gone. Like, jeez.
Yeah, you have to. It's. I mean, if there's no talking, how does anybody on the radio know you're even there?
Static noise. Because it's a radio.
Where is he not? Well, I mean, I don't think she really cares whether or not you're coming. I mean, that doesn't sound quite appropriate. As long as she's coming, she doesn't give a shit if you are.
Yeah, the only problem is, yeah, that was terrible. But I mean
I know.
Well, also, I was dealing with him drunk the other night, so that was fun. When I have to explain stuff to him 3 or 4 different times. And if he remembers any of that night,
he says,
yeah. Well, also, like, because he commented on, like, how nice my hair is, and I'm going, no, it's really bad, actually. It needs to be cut badly. And he kept trying to convince me, just for him to chew on my hair. Literally, that's what he said. As he was drunk.
Oh, that just must be what he's into. I can't say that it's not an attractive thing for a woman to do when she's not paying attention to the fact that she's doing it, but
yeah,
he does not remember. He was obviously attracted to you at that stage of drunkenness.
Wait, he definitely was. He said it multiple times. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree there, Shane.
Like, he was trying really hard, and I'm like, dude, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, no, there's got to be an interest there. There's not, and it's not the fact that it's not you, that it's you. It's just, yeah, not the right parts.
That is so funny. Yeah, because I didn't ask him about any of that, and obviously, yeah, he doesn't remember because, like, he was pretty hammered.
All right. We can't be bashing our fans here on the live. We'll save that for another time.
I'm not bashing. I'm just saying.
I don't want poor Shane to get all embarrassed and leave.
He won't leave.
Hey, anything is.
What?
Anything is slick when the mind is lubricated. I think that's what he meant to say. Is that a commercial there, Kat?
No, it's
something about building a road.
My dad is watching a clip, and it's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking. Probably on Joe Rogan's podcast. Yeah. Well,
is it bad that I literally don't watch like any of the things that are popular?
To be fair, I don't. Okay, none of us actually watch the full podcast. We just see the clips on YouTube.
But like, I don't even like. I couldn't even tell you what Joe Rogan or whatever the fuck his name is, what he even talks about or anything. Like, I see the memes and everything, and like it's like, but I don't get any of them because I don't know. I'm just I'm out of that loop.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know some of them. I mean, yeah, Joe Rogan wasn't a bunch.
We should have done What's in the Cup while Chris was here.
Stop saying stupid shit lately. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. It's true. Well, because he realized, that's a bad thing. And I mean, and I can't do What's in the Cup because all my shit is empty over here.
Well, it's never empty. You're just not looking at the glass, half or 1% filled. Yeah.
Actually, correction. I do have a little bit here.
Oh, there you go. There's some.
A little bit. That's all I got.
All right. Well, we'll do What's in the Cup. So anybody in the chat that's still sitting here actually actively communicating, which it looks like it's just Shane. And I never got above 3 likes. There was like 6 people in here. I got 3 likes. Damn it.
See, it's so weird that mine says a different one than yours every time, because mine says 4.
Oh. I don't know, mine only says 3.
And now, one of those would have been, let's see.
Bless you, Dad.
Like, one of those would have been, 6 viewers, or if there was 6 at the time.
It does have 6.
Well, actually, no, he wouldn't have even been considered a viewer, because he didn't have it open. Never mind.
No, not Chris.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but yeah, no, that's not.
It might have been Miss Formy. Miss Formy might have popped in here.
Maybe.
But anyway, What's in the Cup?
That'd be beer.
There you go. Well, most of the time it is a beer.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm Captain Obvious over here, but just saying. I got
Is it Captina Obvious?
Powerade.
The Powerade. What flavor is that? Is that cherry or it's fruit punch?
Fruit punch, yes. That's all I have left, which I'll just quickly finish, to be honest. But
Oh, somebody's going by. I'm not sure if you can hear any of that, but that was a motorcycle.
I didn't hear it.
But how about what I have guessed? No, we're not guessing what you have because there's no clues. The name of the game is you tell us what you guys are all drinking and you guess what's in my cup. Get the rules straight, Shane. And then you get mysterious, Nova points.
Mysterious Nova points?
Yeah, mysterious. They just appear out of nowhere. Neil is supposed to review the VIA when it goes to MIT for testing.
Yeah, see, and that's the one thing. I'm not sure what that is. No, Shane, there was no clues. Don't even. No. Because oddly enough, I can't even remember what you drink, but, no.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be alcohol in the show that you're drinking currently. Obviously, wait. What is Pops drinking?
I don't think my dad has a drink right now. I think he finished it.
Not even anything. Not even a glass of water or.
Yeah, no. The last thing he had was an Orange Crush, and.
Ooh, good choice.
Yeah, it is good.
Who loves orange soda?
Yeah.
I do.
Everybody does. Like
Okay.
At the beginning of the stream,
10,000 points to the first person that can guess where that line came from.
What line? Sorry.
One that I just did when you were talking about the orange soda.
Fuck. I didn't even hear it.
The line was, "Who loves orange soda?" I do.
Oh, actually, I don't even know.
And I didn't say it in the way that it was said. I did say it the way it was said earlier, but not that time.
Yeah, but to be honest, that doesn't. It doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't even compute at all for anything.
Ugh. Let me guess. You were not. Did you Canadians get Nickelodeon?
Yeah, but doesn't mean I watch every Nickelodeon show.
He got it.
Also,
Shane got it.
Oh, well, there you go. I did.
Keenan and Kel. One skit was always he could distract the other kid with orange soda.
Oh.
And he'd get like a 2 or 3 liter bottle of orange soda and says, "Who loves orange soda?" And then Keenan would go, "I do."
See,
I don't have
and you
the
do
clip.
gotta remember though, we did technically grow up in different sort of eras.
We're close enough, aren't we?
I'll be 27 and then.
Okay, never mind. I'm old. Leave me the fuck alone.
I was gonna say, like, we did grow up in different eras.
You grew up with stupid Nickelodeon shows.
You know.
What Nickelodeon shows were popular when you were growing up?
I'm actually trying to remember off the top of my head. It's been a while.
Because we had like Angry Beavers and Cow and Chicken, and maybe not all Nickelodeon. I'm just going through, cartoons that were out at that time, and we had all that, and
I mean, we had the tail.
Hey Arnold.
We had well, actually, so we did have a little bit of Hey Arnold. We also had the tail end of Red and Stimpy. Which I'm not sure if that was Nickelodeon or not, but
he cheated. You don't get the points now. You cheated.
but yeah, like Nickelodeon shows when I was growing up. I'm trying to remember what all they had.
Nickelodeon, Disney, whatever was out. I can probably go look it up. What year would you have been? About like 10 to 15. I would say that would be a good age range
there would
for
have been
cartoons.
Kids Next Door. There would have been.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. For me, there was Hannah Montana. That's so Raven.
Yeah.
I love those shows. Actually, Hannah Montana was more for me. But, there was Kim Possible.
The only reason I liked it was the Lizzie McGuire part. I don't know if that was Hannah Montana though.
She made a cameo in Hannah Montana, but Lizzie McGuire had her own show.
Yeah, and I liked the blonde friend from that one. I think no, that was what show was that? The one with the podcast.
Oh, I don't remember.
What the fuck was that one? It was the two girls had the podcast, and there was like the boy was the camera guy.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, no, sorry, it does not qualify. You cannot cheat by using Google to answer the podcast questions. By the way, you could still get the points for this if you can guess what that is.
Yeah, see, and I probably know, but again, my brain does not hold that information in, so I don't even try.
I'll give you one clue. It is my favorite beer of all time.
Yeah, and because the one thing is, you've mentioned it so many times, and it's one thing that I can never remember, and it's in most freaking streams. But, for whatever reason, that just doesn't register in my head. I don't know why. It should, but it doesn't.
I see, Shane, but except for this is my podcast, and I make the rules. In this space and at this time, I am God. Not really, but yeah.
I mean, also, Shane, you're not donating, so therefore, no.
Yep.
Like, these podcasts make basically no money.
No, I guarantee you, I've made no money.
This is
a couple cents.
Maybe
this
penny.
is more strictly just for watch time and viewer interactions and hanging out, and it was mainly to keep my channel active when I wasn't making content, and now it's just I like hanging out with you guys. Greetings, mortals. DD here, sitting. Who is DD?
Oh, okay, so that is one of the. She is actually pretty awesome. She is not.
Well, most people that end up here are pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, she's not significant other of Shane or anything.
Significant friend.
Yeah, well, because they live in the same house together. Him.
Okay, so significant cohabitator.
Yeah, and then there's Cameron as well, which Cameron is. So like, it's Dee Dee on here right now, but she's on Cameron's account.
Okay. But are they both significant cohabitators?
To each other, yes. They're
okay.
They have the ring thing, I believe.
The ring thing?
Yeah, the ring on the finger.
Oh. So Cameron is Shane's significant other, or
No.
Cameron and
Cameron
Dee Dee are significant
together.
of each other?
Cameron and
Okay, but they were both cohabitators of the Shane.
Yes.
Okay. So they're all roommates or housemates.
Yes.
Apartment mates, whatever the hell it is. Domicile mates.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I just didn't say it. I don't know why I didn't say it.
Well, I mean, technically though, there is a ring on my finger. Though it does tend to mean the same thing to me as being married, me and Jess are not married. I have been through a horrible freaking situation with being married to somebody that made my life a living hell, and I have not found the right time, place, ring, whatever, to go through that again. And not to mention, every time she brings it up, I just tell her it's going to be even longer before I do it now. So, I mean, she's up to a couple million of my own lifetimes at this point, but...
Well, actually, it was kind of funny because, like, so my dad and his best friend Kelly, they have this, they've had this sort of pact for a long time when, you know, both of them reach 50, which they're both over 50 at this point, and if, you know, they haven't found anybody, that they just marry each other, which that hasn't happened yet, but...
Well, get them together, you know, slap a freaking ring on each of their fingers and read them their shit.
Well, the funny thing, though, is that, because when he was on the phone with her, and he was just talking about, you know, what would be the first thing that I'd do, like, you know, if I won the $70 million in the lottery tonight, and first thing that...
Going to Vegas.
No, the first thing that popped out of my mouth, prenup. With her on the phone.
Prenup, trip to Vegas.
Yeah, with her on the phone, and like my dad just said, the only problem with that though is that she'd be the one writing the prenup.
Oh, we're slapping tacos now. We're slapping tacos. That just sounds wrong. That I'm thinking Cam and D, are they both of the same sexual of gender?
One's male, one's female.
Or is Cam a guy? Okay, so Cam is a guy?
Yes.
Well, I mean, unless DD was a guy, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume genders.
I mean, technically, I haven't seen any of them with their pants down, so you know.
Well, I was just made the comment about slapping tacos, so I wanted to make sure that I was not crossing lines there.
Okay, Shane, I think you screwed that up typing that. Because
I would assume that both of them have a-holes. I mean, I really don't think gender is a...
I read it. Sorry, I read it wrong. That's my bad. Because I read that both is pole, and I'm like, what? I think you typed that wrong. Never mind.
One is a pole, and one is a hole. I mean, yeah, but I mean,
yeah.
If you also read that one is a a-hole, I mean... Technically, everyone has one of those.
Yeah, so I'm gonna assume,
you know, that could go a lot of
you know,
ways.
The brake sort of fell off. That Dee Dee wasn't able to go for a ride on the buggy yet.
Or maybe she was the last ride.
Well, only reason why I say that is because again, when Shane was drunk, she really wanted to go on the buggy ride. I told him.
Well, now she's gonna have to wait.
Yeah. And okay, she did get a ride. So there you go.
There you go. You know, that's it served its purpose. It's no longer needed. It broke.
You know, you know, and it was just.
Hopefully, I'm not scaring off your guests there, because you know we could use all the viewership we can. Though my thing is still only showing 2 views. Yeah,
I mean, she may have done, because who knows? I mean, she might.
Never mind. No, it went up to 3.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so she's probably still good though. You know, it's just that comment.
It's fine. You guys got to entertain yourselves more off chat. That's perfectly fine. I think we already caught up to that speed before you came back, though. But
we did. But you know, it's okay.
Nothing wrong with a little horseplay. Jess has this 2.5 foot acrylic paddle with holes in it that she likes to threaten me with. And she has it hidden in places, and I'll be sitting there doing absolutely fucking, you know, minding my own business. The next thing you know, she'll come up behind me and crack me with it, and it's like, fuck. And then I try to hide it on her again.
Yeah.
Which you'll find it eventually, and it'll come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's got the speed holes in it, so you know.
Oh, it does. I'll have to send you a picture of it at some point. It is a nasty weapon. of ass destruction.
I can imagine.
The funny thing is, it was originally meant to be bought for her, but she's too much of a brat, and she's too much of a brat that likes the top from the bottom. That she can't.
Ah, God loves the automotive podcast. It's evolved into this.
I know, right? It's garage tools and bar stools. This is the bar stool part of the part of the podcast. That's why I kind of like this. I mean, I don't even know where I pulled that name out of, but I love it.
Oh, it's a great name.
I need artwork for it. I just can't think of what to do. That's why it's still just the Nova or the just the logo.
And some of my Pokemon cards just fell off there, so I gotta grab those. Shit.
Pokemon down!
Yeah, well...
Speaking of, I just unlocked a whole bunch of new Pokemon.
That's cool.
Ones that I didn't have before. Some I didn't even fucking know existed. I had to keep asking Jess, what the hell is this thing?
Oh, yeah, because they have up to Gen 8 now, so... And Pokemon Go.
Yeah, well, I'm old school. I remember the cartoon. I never played any of the video games.
Am I hearing an alarm?
Not from my end. I hear sirens.
Yeah, I just heard sirens, but... Yeah.
I don't know if there's any update on what was making all the sirens here, but everything's nice and quiet. I was worried about it being too loud, me having the doors and windows open, because this room is absolutely hot. Let me see if anything new. No, just it completely decimated.
Yeah. I'll be back in front of the computer in a moment.
That poor house.
This damn thing likes to lean over. I can grab a drink.
You could probably get rid of some of this. Good idea.
I got it.
Wow, one of the people that commented, they lived a couple houses down, but they weren't home. They were cross country.
That's shitty. Very shitty.
Can you imagine not knowing whether or not your house went up when knowing that it was that close to your house?
Oh, that'd be terrible. You know, just.
Oh, our resident troll has stopped in. She was feeding me updates on the house fire.
Hi, Jess.
She is stuck at work till 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Till 2 p.m.
She went from 9 p.m. here, and she's going to be there until 2 p.m. tomorrow. I think she's not even a direct care worker anymore. She's an educator.
That's a long shift.
Oop, there was a firecracker or something.
Hi.
Is that Haro or Hero? Yeah, because I was in Big Bear for the October fires, the whole mountain went up. Also when I met my first girlfriend. How old is Shane?
37, I think.
Yeah, I thought they thought he was close to my age. You mean he didn't have a girlfriend until October? Or am I reading that wrong? Yeah, we don't need any more fires in Ashland. Right. I am 37. Thing is 25. I think I read that right.
Yeah, he may have. Actually, no, they're nowhere near each other on the keyboard. Never mind.
Wait, he was 16 at the time?
Yeah, it just happened to be. It was in an October back then. Because he would have told me about that if that was back in October. Because I didn't know about that. So there you go.
Wait, 37. Does that mean thing was like 6? Less than 6. 4.
You're overthinking it.
I am overthinking it. He put the thoughts there.
Yeah, I'm 37 this 25th. That's what he tried.
Oh.
He just failed in typing.
Yeah, that really was confusing. I thought Thing was the partner. I mean, then Jess would call me Thing in a heartbeat. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm Dodo Bird in our chat. She changed my nickname to Dodo Bird.
Yeah, I believe you still are.
Mm-hmm. Wow, go for the older women.
Actually, you did tell me about her. That's right. Forgot.
Technically, that would have been legal. If anybody actually cared. If it was the other way around, lots of people would care. But
yeah, nobody cares.
There's this sexist freaking whatever here in the United States. If it's an older woman dating a younger guy, most people don't really care unless it becomes an issue. But if it's an older guy dating a younger woman, everybody's up in arms regardless of whether it's consensual or not. Which is just... Get in the hole. Get in your hole. Did it work?
What?
Adam Sandler.
Yeah, get in the hole. This is...
You're watching hockey. It's still going in a hole. It's just an above ground hole.
It's not going out. What the hell? There's no hole.
A hockey net. The front of the hockey net is still a hole. It's just vertical instead of horizontal. And it's kind of squarish, not round. The front of an opening of a goalie net, regardless of whether it's soccer or hockey, is still a hole.
Yeah, see, there you go. What Jessica just said. It's more like a cave.
A cave still has a hole as its opening.
But it doesn't work that way.
The mouth of the cave is still a hole.
Jesus Christ, James.
How do you dig half a hole?
With talent.
Oh my God, Shane. A hole is an opening. The front of the net, the front of the goalie is an opening.
The front of the goalie?
The front of the goal, the net.
The opening is
the ice forms the one side, the two uprights form the other side, and then the crossbar across the top forms the fourth side.
And exactly what Jess said.
It all completes into an opening.
But it's not a fully enclosed system, so therefore stuff can pass through.
Doesn't need to be enclosed. If I were to put a hole through the wall, it is not enclosed on the other side.
A net is not a hole.
Not the net part. The net is just behind the hole. The hole is the opening in front of the net. Do I need to draw a picture?
Your logic is just not working here.
I'm drawing a picture. Now I gotta find my pen. Where did that go? I wanted the red one because it was nice and bright and you would have been able to see it. There it is.
See, Shane, you're only agreeing with him just because he can badmouth ex-girlfriends. That doesn't work. Wow. My YouTube stream is so far behind that I'm still standing up from fixing my lamp and stuff.
Okay, here's my really bad drawing of goalie net.
That's really bad.
Okay, you got the area in the front for the whatever, And there's your hoop for the goal, right?
Yeah.
This area right here is a hole that the puck has to go through to get into the goal. If there's no hole there, then the puck can't pass through it.
No. That's a hat.
It's a hole.
Okay, Shane, enough.
The hole for that.
Enough about the girlfriend thing. Stop it.
What is the definition of a hole?
Oh, you actually looked
A
it up?
small or unpleasant place. A hollow place in a solid body or surface. A hollowed out place, a hole in an apple. A hole is an opening in or through a particular medium, usually a solid body.
But technically,
An empty space in an object, usually within an opening to the object's surface. An opening through something, a gap, an aperture, a hole in the roof, a hole in my sock, a hollow place in a solid body or mass.
Yeah, because technically speaking, it's just an opening in general. It's an opening. It's not a hole. Because there's no depth to it.
There doesn't need to be depth to a hole.
It does.
A hole is an opening in a solid object.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to have a depth.
A gold net is not a solid object.
I don't know. I've never been able to pass through the bars of a goalie net. I mean, that would make it a solid object.
Also, you're arguing with a couple of women. You're gonna lose.
Well, duh. I knew I was losing this from the beginning.
Yeah, no, it's just not all.
Well, I mean, it's a couple women and 2 men.
Yeah, we win.
I don't know if Jesse's still here.
That's,
But we got at least Shane and Cam and me versus Dee Dee, you, and Jess.
yeah, so therefore we win.
Technically, well, it doesn't matter. As long as there's a male in that mixture, it's always going to be one-sided. As long as there's one female. You could have many men as the world. If there's one female in there, we're already all lost.
What is that referencing?
I don't know. Probably something to do with sex life of some sort. But yeah, it is still technically a hole. Just, we can agree to disagree. No going back. By the way, I'm drinking a Guinness since nobody decided to guess. I get the points.
Fuck, and Guinness was in my head too. God damn it.
Irish beer. My first beer.
Yeah, well, 9 times out of 10, you don't have a Guinness anymore.
I know, because they're expensive.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you know, it was in my.
If I am drinking something that is this black and this dark and it is a beer, 9 out of 10,000, well, I shouldn't say, should be 10,000 out of 9 times it's a Guinness.
Yeah.
I am Irish and Scottish. I don't want to freaking hear it.
And depending on when, it could be both. Because
The freaking stupid industry thing is freaking wrong. I refuse its reality.
I reject your
I
reality.
wonder what it says I am
replace
now.
it with my own.
Yeah, exactly. It had to update. Oh, come on. Thank you. All right. DNA story. Okay, so according to this, I am now at this. It keeps changing its fucking self. 29% Scottish and 12% Irish.
Which is basically the same thing.
Yeah, they're not very far from each other. And I also have Wales in there, which is really close too.
Yes, it is. They're all within
So
United.
Scotland, England, Northwestern Europe, which is also basically Ireland, Wales, Sweden, Denmark, Jewish, and Baltic. And both of those are like 1%.
That's how that works, though, Jeff. Because if it's a proper genealogy and not just a, oh hey, Harvey's in chat. He just gambled.
Hey, Harvey.
Hey, Harvey. You know, but yeah, if it's just a genealogy and not an actual like DNA test, then that's a little different.
I probably have relatives who lived in this region in the past few hundred years. Your connection to this region is likely through your ancestry from Scotland, Central Ireland, from Scotland, England, Northwestern Europe, and Ireland.
Okay, ancestry DNA. Okay. Yeah, because technically with that one, they find relatives and whatever else like that and stuff like that. And then they just expand from there. More get brought in, etc.
But yeah, and when I first took it, it said I was like 60% Irish. And then it keeps knocking it down further and further every time they update it. But it's all from my mom's side of the family is where the Irish and Scottish and all that comes from. My dad's side is... He's got some Scottish. The dad's side is the Sweden, Denmark, Wales, and England, Northwestern Europe. I was told I was German, but there's like almost no German in here now. I was told that my dad's side was German.
Well, technically, in Europe in general, if you go back far enough, it was basically all one country anyway. Because, aka Rome, when they decided, we're going to take everything over.
Alright.
You know, literally. So at that point, borders weren't really a thing anymore for a few hundred years.
Don't know. But I know that my mom's side of the family was supposed to come from Ireland, and then my dad's side was supposed to come from Germany. Shane has run out of jokes. How did that possible? Scottish ancestors moved there from Germany.
Yeah, I mean, I know what I've been told I am, but I've never gotten a DNA test.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I know. But I knew that my family is an Irish name, and supposedly I'm of Irish descent.
Okay.
Well, not my maiden, not my last name, but my mom's side of the family is Irish. And then I was told that my dad's side of the family was German. Well, this is saying differently. It's saying Northwestern Europe and Sweden. So I'm part Swedish.
Good night, Shane.
Oh, good night. I want to play Ark. I haven't picked up Ark in a while.
Yeah, they play it like almost every night.
I would. It's just I haven't played anything. We haven't played 7 Days to Die. I haven't played Ark. I haven't played Hunter Call of the Wild. I have not played a video game on this computer in months.
Well, see, because I haven't had Wi-Fi over the past week, so I picked up my PS2.
My Xbox is out in the garage for now.
Well, I was playing one of the greatest, actually probably the best racing game of all time, Need for Speed Most Wanted, 2005.
What's my favorite one? Yeah, I think it is most wanted. Is that the one with the BMW on the front cover?
Yes.
Yeah, that is the best one.
Yeah.
Other than the actual, just like the Hot Pursuit ones. I think those ones are better than the story-based ones, but...
Well, see, I love
the original Need for Speeds.
Yeah, like the original Need for Speeds are good. Like the Hot Pursuits are really good too. Don't get me wrong. I believe, Hot Pursuit 2.
But that's the newer Hot Pursuits, isn't it?
There are newer ones. But I have the original.
Like the PlayStation 1 or 2 ones?
Yeah, those are the ones. Like Hot Pursuit 2 was on PS2. They would have been on Xbox as well and PC.
Yeah. And then they came out with the new remake ones, which are pretty good. I did play through all of them.
Yeah, I haven't played the newer ones much at all.
The new ones are pretty good.
You know, just Need for Speed in general is kind of, gone down the shitter, I find.
But also Shane plays the PvP arc, doesn't he? Or does he play PvE?
I don't. Well, he's probably gone now. So.
Yeah, it's either they're playing and everybody's building bases and they're attacking each other's bases. Where I play against the environment. So basically, I'm just trying to survive against the dinosaurs themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if it's PvE or PvP.
I don't play often enough to play PvP because I'd be gone and I'd come back and my base would be raided every single time.
Actually, they might be PvP, kind of thing of it.
So I don't tend to play against... No, Jesse's back.
Welcome back.
I don't tend to play on open servers, player versus player, because I'm not on often enough to be able to defend my base. And not to mention server wipes and all that shit.
I was gonna say, yeah, because obviously, because Jesse just mentioned he got done messing with his lights. Because I was gonna say that was a really long doing dishes.
Dishwashing?
Yeah.
Oh. But also, I've been getting into a lot of hobby-wise. Anybody heard of Warhammer?
I have.
Not necessarily the game part of Warhammer, but the little models, the little figurines and stuff that they use to play the game.
Yeah.
Been really getting into watching them paint those. I technically have. Where are they at? Are they up here? No, where are they? These are. There's one of them. These ones. So I follow a channel called Jazza, and he actually created his own little Warhammer models. And I've been tempted to break these out and play with them. So they come in these like little... Well, here, you can see it on this one. So they come in little pieces and you can make them however you want. Pose them however you want. And then they kind of look like that. But they're not big. I mean...
No, they're tiny, I know that.
Yeah, so like here's a set of wings for one of them. And these are torsos.
Well, see, Jesse, if they are a little dim, how old are the bulbs? Because sometimes the bulbs just lose their...
No, he's saying when he turns on his blinkers, he loses the brake lights.
Oh, wait, did I not...
And the blinking, the blinker should go through a relay first. I think you need to track down and document your wiring. Like, literally make your own wiring diagram of what you have and look at where the power is going. And you might find your problem. Wait, are you running LED lights? because they can cause their own problems.
Yeah, they can, because
especially with blinking.
Actually, with LEDs, so I know exactly what your problem is. It's your grounds. Because your LEDs, every single LED you have has to be grounded separately in an old system like that. Because I dealt with that in my car. If we remember all the issues I had with my LEDs.
Yeah, I was thinking about converting mine to LED at some point, but this, not the standalone LEDs, but like the little tiny LED bulbs that you can use to replace your...
Yeah, see, you can use those and it be okay.
Well, they're designed for that too.
Yeah. Yeah, see...
Yeah, where see, like, in my car, all the grounds are daisy chained together and leads into one ground.
Yeah, and that's how we had it in mine too. But like basically, so we had to add, like me and Roy added a ground, but the one thing is both of the lights had to have their own ground. So it's just one of those things. Like I would, because honestly, I would just look at. Just for shits and giggles, I would just run a quick ground from the wire to your bed, then instead of like bolting them down, just quickly just electrical tapes them down both sides, see if it works. If so, that's your problem. Like I said, I ran across this exact same issue with my LEDs. Mine were a little more complicated, but it's the same process though.
Yeah. But speaking of I think he's saying that each side is grounded individually to the bed.
Oh, is he saying that?
They are grounded to the bed. His exact words.
But is there only one ground, or each individually is ground? That's what I'm trying to ask. Because if it's just one shared ground, sometimes it means different. Or I don't know. Is the area that it's ground to? Okay, there is one per side. Here's a question: wherever it's ground to in the bed, is it painted? Because if it's not bare steel, it's not a great ground. You know. That can be a problem with that. Not all the time, but sometimes. No?
That's when you put your grounds in before you paint it. So that way the grounds are underneath the paint.
Yeah.
Or at least the pigtails.
It goes on the bolt to hold the light on.
Well, that bolt might not be very good ground.
Yeah, I was thinking that, to be honest.
I would suggest actually adding a ground to the bed itself, not to the bolt. Wouldn't even do that. I would literally put a ground straight into the bed. It could be inside the light housing, but I would take a wire with one of those serrated washer terminals and literally just sheet metal screw it to the bed. Yeah, a separate bolt. Clean off the area. Have the ground pigtail into one of those lock washer type terminals, and then screw that into the bed, and then I would just hit some paint over top of it once you know that it's good, just so that we don't have a rust spot.
Yeah, because just
all of my grounds in the TA are actually bolted to the body or to the frame, not to a bolt that's bolted to the body.
No, it's oh yeah, he's saying he has no.
Yeah, but it's still putting a layer of protection on top of bare metal is always advisable.
Yeah, and
because it's not just the rust; you could corrode that connection as well.
Yeah, well, also,
and then your ground won't be as good.
Also, Jesse, here's the thing: just because you live in a sort of climate like that, doesn't mean you can't have rust. If you left something,
especially when you're adding electricity to metal.
Well, also, bare metal, electricity, water especially. You add water with electricity, just rain, right? In general, if whenever it rains, if it hits that area,
no, not unadvisable. Not WD-40 and electricity.
Yeah, no, that's bad. That's bad.
WD-40 is flammable.
Very. Yeah.
If that ground gets hot for some whatever reason, poof.
Yeah, no, you don't, because again, if the ground screws up...
WD-40 is highly flammable. In fact, at work, we have to keep it in a flame cabinet. Okay, it's your truck. I'm advising you not to use WD-40.
Yeah, Harvey's technically right on that, but it's one of these things that, 9 times out of 10 it's not going to be a problem, but it could be. That's probably more flammable than WD-40.
They make things to use to seal out atmospheric air for electrical connections.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you want to just clean the area, you could just use a contact cleaner. Because that, I don't think is flammable. Like electric contact cleaner?
Yes, Jesse, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that works too.
Though, don't ever use... I see this mistake all the time, and it's something that I didn't realize was a mistake until recently. Don't use dielectric grease inside the actual connection. Like in between two plugs. You can use it on the backside, like where the terminal goes into the backside of the plug, but don't use dielectric grease in the actual terminal connection between two plugs. Because it will actually impede the electrical flow. So like if I were to take... I have a connection here somewhere? Okay. Let's just take this one. Okay, so I have this connection right here. Not that I would need to on this one because this is a sealed plug. Okay, but like you can put dielectric grease on this side, like on the back side of the wires. Don't ever put dielectric grease inside this part of the plug because it will actually cause it to have a bad connection. It's used to seal moisture out of the backside of plugs, but you shouldn't have it where the two connections join, like where the two terminals join and touch each other. I didn't know that until recently when I started doing these wiring. Is that it's never supposed to be used inside where it's where the male and female prong touch.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like I obviously wiring is not my forte at all. I'm not very good at it. And I don't know much about
I have no problem. I mean, obviously you see I have shit everywhere. I mean, all those boxes back there, which you can't see, I think, on film. There's a whole crap ton of my wiring back there. But yeah, it doesn't scare me. It's just there was dielectric grease in the sockets on the light plug. Well, I'm not saying that people didn't put it there. I'm just saying that it doesn't make a very good electrical connection. Let's just put it that way. On the back side of the socket where the wires go into the socket, sure. But where the two prong, where if it's like a 3-prong socket, where the prongs are that slide onto the back of the light, I wouldn't put it there. Or if you have the push and turn socket ones, I wouldn't put it in that socket either. It's not what it was designed for.
Yeah, just that's what he's talking about. So, like if there's dielectric grease and where they actually plug into each other, that's a problem because it
impedes the.
Yeah, and sometimes stuff from Amazon or just new parts in general, they'll put it on there as a protectant while it's being shipped. Sometimes you do have to clean it up.
Yeah, and it depends on whether or not whatever that product is actually dielectric grease or not.
True. And actually, Harvey just asked, is it is it clear or yellow? Because that's one thing. Harvey is an actual mechanic that he works on cars all the time.
I've had actual mechanics put dielectric grease inside of a socket.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no,
because there's lots of mechanic things. Oh, it's good for this. It's good for everything. Kind of ideal, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, well, that's why he just asked what he asked, right? Because he's just making sure.
I've seen mechanics of 20, 30 years. Oh, we've always done it that way, and it's like you're not doing yourself any favors.
Oh yeah, no, there are some terrible mechanics out there. Truthfully, and it doesn't matter.
Well, if they learned it from somebody and they never fact checked of why we did it that way, so you continue doing it, you pass that knowledge on to somebody else, without ever checking, and next thing you know, 3 generations of assuming it was the right way. Yeah, no, it's not.
I've come across it before, where, to be honest, that these guys say, "Oh, I have 30 years of experience," but they're talking out of their ass, and I'm like, you don't have good experience just because you're a mechanic for that long. That's why whenever somebody says how long they've been working on, in the industry, I typically avoid them because they usually talk out of their ass. I find.
Yeah. Jesse, do like I was just saying, do your own research, look it up yourself. That way you understand what I'm talking about, where I'm coming from, and you never know. Maybe I'm talking out my asshole. Yeah, the connection you want is a mechanical connection between that's. I think that's kind of what I was saying.
Your steering wheel might, your truck might be old enough to where you could, maybe, without a steering wheel puller. Might be, but I don't know for sure.
If not, you can pick up a steering wheel puller from the AutoZone or Advanced Auto, if you guys have one of those, or maybe some of the similar stores like those might carry a tool loaning program.
Yeah.
So, if you don't have it, you can normally rent it from a parts shop. A lot of them are starting to carry rental tools. I'm still getting comments on my freaking door spring video about, I could just go get that. That's great, but not everybody wants to go buy a tool to use for one job and that's it. And not everybody necessarily has access to it. In fact, actually, back when I made the video, you didn't have access to those kind of tools all the time. Yeah, I have a steering wheel puller. It's more of a general pulley puller, but it does also work for steering wheels. I have a fucking fly crawling on my fucking face. What the fuck? Yeah, I have the style with the claws, and I have the ones with the bolts.
Yeah, it definitely can. Some steering wheel pullers are just not made in the correct way to not damage. So that can be a problem.
LEDs that are having a problem will flash really fast. Resistors cure that problem only. Yep, correct. Sometimes the old school resistor that would normally cause an old school bulb to blink, obviously will cause an LED to blink way faster than it should, because it's resisting at a different rate than what an incandescent bulb would. What are you doing? Why are you sniffing my booze? Oh, the gray car has a new problem. I'm pretty sure it's I'm pretty sure I know what it is. So, our belts were chirping. It just started out as a chirp, like a consistent chirp. And then, now it has graduated to any time that the AC on, there's a loud ass freaking screech. As soon as you turn the AC off, screech stops.
Yeah, so that's probably going to be the pulley on the air conditioner itself, or
it's not the pulley,
or actually the seal.
Nope, not the seal. What engages when you turn the AC on? The pulley's always spinning.
Oh, technically, yeah, that's right. The clutch.
Yeah, it's the clutch. Yeah. Does the AC work? Yes. Well, not when the clutch is slipping. It was working when it was just doing the chirping here and there, but as soon as obviously when the screeching is the clutch not moving at all. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I got to replace the AC clutch in that car, and it sucks because the AC is on the firewall side of the engine, on the bottom.
Of course it is.
Yeah, so it's tucked as far back into the backside of the engine as you possibly can be. Which I'm hoping I don't have to pull the passenger side wheel to get to it.
And this is why I don't do stuff with modern cars.
I don't know why they mounted it there. Obviously, it was for placement of some reason. I'm trying to think of what's up on the top side of the engine. I think most of the accessories are down on the bottom side.
That is just dumb.
I'd have to look. ...2011... Kia Soul...
Oh, Jesse, why would they mount it there? So that you brought it into the shop instead of doing it yourself. Because it's a pain in the ass.
Okay, so AC is in the bottom. Right above the AC is the water pump, and right above the water pump is the alternator. They're all on the back side of the engine. Obviously your crankshaft is in the middle, and then the front top is your power steering pump. So the side closest to my finger, if this will show up, the side closest to my finger is the firewall side of the engine.
That is so dumb.
The one up here by toward your head, Cat, that is the well, on the YouTube screen towards your head, that would be the front, and the top would be by the radiator. So the AC pump is the farthest thing down in the backside of the engine, or the side towards the firewall, and the water pump is right in the fucking middle, and then the alternator is above that. You got to remember, this engine is sitting, well, it is a front wheel drive car, so I'm not sure if they generally have stuff on the front side of the engine, on the radiator side of the engine on those.
Well, see, it's just something that's weird, because, like, you know, the rad, you know, should be up front of the car, and, like, even if the motor's sideways, typically it's mounted, at least that I found, sometimes this is wrong, though, that it's mounted with the timing belts on the front of the motor, typically, to the driver's side.
Most of the front wheel drive vehicles I have seen here in the US, the drive belts or the serpentine belts and the most of the accessories are on the passenger side.
Oh, interesting. Also,
so the front of the engine is on the passenger side.
Mind you, actually, come to think of it, that's a Honda thing I'm thinking of. Just about every Honda has it on the driver's side. Because my old Civic
it
did,
might be an import thing.
A few others did as well.
Maybe they just have them mounted differently in Canada.
No, they wouldn't. Literally, the only difference between the U.S. spec and Canadian car smuggler is different. In Canada, typically we have block heaters as standard, depending on which state you're in. It might not be, and that's basically it. Like it's not much of a difference between U.S. spec and Canadian spec. That's why you don't have to worry about
so here's
importing. With like a Canadian car or an American car, doesn't matter how old it is, you can import between the two countries.
So here's a picture of the Kia Soul engine bay. Passenger side is this side.
Okay, yeah.
Exhaust is on the front side of the engine towards the radiator. The intake is on the back side of the engine towards the firewall.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I gotta look up how to do it.
Yeah, but I mean,
unless I have one of them machines. What machine?
Oh, you have to drain the freon disrupting the pressure? Technically, you're supposed to.
Yeah, because you gotta. But her dad has the machines to do all that shit. I gotta go through that with the truck when I replace that canister. Because it's got a giant rust hole in the bottom of it. Freon kind of doesn't want to stay inside of those things when it's got a place to escape out of.
Fair.
I'm hoping to just be able to pull the clutch. I don't want to have. I'm assuming that the compressor is going to be quite expensive.
And I don't even know if they sell those separately though. That's new enough where they might just be as one unit and they don't sell the clutches separately.
I can replace just the clutch. It's $89.
Oh, there you go. That surprises me.
Whether or not I can do it in the car without having to pull everything out is a different story.
Yeah, because Harvey says the clutch can be replaced without opening the system, but there isn't always space to remove the clutch from the compressor where it does.
All right. The whole system is $268 for the clutch and the compressor itself together.
Yeah, I mean, like even the Civic, actually, the 78, the intake was towards the firewall, technically. But, like timing belts and everything else, though, was on the driver's side. But that's Honda, though, in a nutshell. They do that. The exhaust up front. That's why it's like stupid easy on like Hondas to replace the header.
Yeah, the header's in the front of this car.
Yeah, see, there you go. While you're in there, you can put a nice, high flow freaking header. Yeah.
I have no reason to on that car. It does not have the powerful engine. The green car, on the other hand, would have been a good candidate for that.
It's fine. Just. And actually, okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okie dokie. I will have to look up how to do this later because I'm going to have to do some digging. Lots of vehicles have the intake on the back. Yep. Yeah, in fact, the Cavalier's intake was on the front. The exhaust was on the back side. and it had a plastic intake. But I don't know. I'm hoping it's not too big of a job, and I don't want to replace the whole compressor if I don't have to. Even if I have to pull the compressor out and re-pull the vacuum and add refrigerant to it, I think that would still be cheaper for me to do than it would be to buy a whole compressor. Oh, yeah, that sounds like that's an issue. These engines, I'd probably just run it till it died. 2.2 Cavalier had the intake on the back. 2.4, it was on the rear. Well, I had the 2.2, I had an 03 2.2. The intake was definitely on the radiator side. The exhaust was definitely on the back side. I have a video of it up on my channel of replacing the thermostat underneath of that exhaust. Pain in the ass. Most pain in the ass place to put a fucking thermostat. Under the exhaust, but above the transfer case. I mean the transaxle. Yep, it was an Ecotech. Fucking zippy little engine, I'll tell you that. But annoying. Yeah, had the 03 2.2 Ecotech, 3 or 4 speed automatic. I forget. It was gold. That was the one that I put the 12-inch subs in the trunk while still having a trunk and a fold down rear seat. Because I stuffed the 12-inch subs in the rear fender wells. Yeah, I don't know. This one was, I don't know, it was an 03. I never had an older Cavalier. I've had to replace the coil packs on a 1.9 liter. I think that was like a 98 or 99 Cavalier. Yeah. In fact, I think the Ecotech carried over into the Cobalt and the Cruise. Or maybe not both of them, but at least one of them. Maybe junky engines, but they freaking that was a zippy little engine. That made quite a good bit of power. I would have rather had the Ecotech and a Cavalier than the other engines that the Cavaliers came with. The 1.9 sucked. I think it was a 1.9, or maybe it was my Ford that had the 1.9. Well, I don't know if I'd want a 2.2 Ecotech in a Colorado. That's a little bit more weight than a Cavalier. I mean, again, it's just like, saying, a 327 is a great engine, but you still don't want a 327 in a freaking, in a full-size Cadillac. It's going to be a dog. I don't care if it's a little Colorado at all. It's still a truck. We're talking about the Ecotech. Jesse says that the 2.2 Ecotech was a junky engine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. 2.2 Ecotech actually was not that bad. It was not that bad.
No. And he was saying that it sucked in his brother's Colorado. I said, I don't think I'd want to freaking... a 4-cylinder in my Colorado or S10.
Well, to be fair, actually, the Ecotech was a way better engine than the 5-cylinder that they put in Colorado.
Yeah.
Because they had I think it was an inline 5 as an option.
Yeah, they did. My friend had one that had an inline 5 in it.
Yeah, Harvey, technically speaking, it was Ecotech or the 5-cylinder. 5-cylinder was the option. Most of them were the 5-cylinder.
I don't know. I think the 2.2 Ecotech in the Cavaliers was a freaking zippy little car.
Yeah, the 2.2 was the best one that they had.
Well, yeah, it was way better than 1.9. I think it was, what was the other one, a 1.9?
There was a 2-liter, a 2.2, and a 2.4, if I remember correctly. There might have been a 1.9.
I might be confusing the 1.9 with my Ford. I know that they had a 1.9 in the Ford.
Yeah, the Escort.
I think they have a 1.9 in the Kia Soul, too. I think that's what's in the gray car.
Yeah, the Escorts actually could have a 1.9. So.
My Escort did have a 1.9. It was like a 1.8 and a 1.9, I think, were the two engines for the Escort for my year.
Wait, inline 6? What's Chevy inline 6? Inline 5?
I said, I could be wrong, Harvey. I know there was a smaller engine to the 2.2. And
that's right. I forgot about the 4.2 inline 6. They didn't make that engine for very long. It was in like Trailblazers basically from like 2004 to like 2000.
Was that just a modern version of the ones that were in like my brain in my Nova? Because that was a 4.0, I think.
Well, these were overhead
250.
cam, so maybe.
Oh, yeah, it'd be completely different then.
May have been the Evolution.
I was just curious. I do not claim to know everything, nor do I necessarily say that anything that I say is 100% true. I advise anybody to fact check what I say anyway.
Yeah, which I typically do. Oh,
You're not always right either.
Why not? I will fully admit when I'm right. But for random facts like that, I'm usually the one that's right.
Sometimes. I don't necessarily, like, it depends. I know specific things. Like, random stuff I don't normally tend to freaking bother to pay attention to. So if it's something that I've had to deal with personally or I've had to learn, yeah, most likely I'll know.
Sorry, I'm
what were known to have valve issues. The thing is you take any engine, I don't care how good it is, it will have an Achilles heel and will tend to have a something issue. And that's anything. It doesn't necessarily make it good or bad. It's just everything will have an Achilles heel. I don't know if you'd necessarily want it, though. You got to remember, the older engine was freaking heavy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the cord.
So, I mean, you might have been better off with the 4.2 as it is. You'd have to think, what would you be gaining by putting it on an old school block?
Okay. Yeah, sorry. No,
Not necessarily.
Trying to plug this in, and it's unplugged. And I don't know where it is. It's stuck underneath your chair.
Just because it's an iron block doesn't necessarily mean it could handle more boost. Snack attack over there.
Yeah,
Could you have eaten that popcorn any more viciously?
yeah. Well, I thought it was bubbling over here, but it's not. Hang on, my laptop is dying, and I'm trying to find where the cord is plugged in.
Well, we might end here soon. It's midnight, so we might want to end it. I don't know. It depends on the block. I mean, not all iron blocks are created equal. I mean, you look at my TA. Any block made after, I think, 74 could not handle the power of the earlier blocks.
Yeah, like,
you know, it all depends on the design and where it is.
It's being, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, typically cast iron blocks are the way to go, but that's not always the case.
You know, I mean, what the old inline sixes were known for were just not dying. You could basically run them with fucking no oil and they would run for a while. So, I don't know whether or not they would handle. I don't know if anybody's actually tried to do that. I don't know if that's a leg or an armpit. I'm assuming that's an armpit.
It is. There we go. We're good. Yeah, there we go. We're good. Yay!
Well, your elbow was just out of camera range enough that it could be that could have been a knee pit or an armpit.
I mean, I'm eventually going to build like my 200 with booze. Eventually. Give it enough time. And well, the thing is, Slat 6 is very dependable, but at the same time, it's also kind of not. In the cars, as soon as you gave it, or as soon as you let off the throttle, because of oil slushing about in the oil pan, it would actually be starved of oil for like about a couple seconds. So you do that enough
I guarantee you.
And they would. Well, I know lots of people that actually hate the Slant 6 because they've seized a few of them.
I guarantee you, I did a 4 or 5 minute burnout in the Nova while the engine had no coolant and no oil in it, and the thing still fired right the fuck up when I was done.
Yeah, that's a Chevy 250.
With no oil or coolant.
That's a Chevy 250.
Yeah, that thing did not want to die. We were trying to blow it up. We wanted to put a rod through the side of the fucking engine, and we couldn't do it. We eventually pulled it out because we got tired of freaking trying to kill it. We spent a good 2 hours trying to kill that engine before we pulled it out.
Yeah, like, to be honest, those things were the Chevy 250s were indestructible. Like, my 200s are pretty much indestructible as well. Although I do know somebody that has seized two of them, which I'm like, how did you do that? Because there's no.
Yeah, we really ran this thing with no coolant and no oil, and we ran it. We couldn't even get it to lock up, just running it, let alone letting it lock up and then seeing if it would start again afterwards. We never got to the point where it locked up the first time. It didn't act like it lost any power whatsoever. So we just fucking ended up yanking it and then started the conversion for the V8. Dude, we had a concrete pad and we were literally just beating the snot out of this engine. Neutral dropping it, all kinds of freaking shit. And we could not get it. We were like high RPMs, could not kill it. I wanted a V8. And personally, the V8 was the better way to go. Way more power, a lot more power off the line. And that was only the 305, and then I switched it up to a 350.
Well, see, it's funny because people say, "Oh, the 305 is so underpowered," whatever else like that. Literally, just change out the timing chain, and they can actually beat up on some 350s.
What would changing the timing chain end up doing with the 305?
It wasn't a very good timing chain, to be honest. It just makes it run better. 305.
I had an aftermarket timing chain in my 305 because again, it was not a stock engine. It was a refreshed engine. The problem is you're still dealing with a low compression block. Obviously, your bore and stroke are not a 350. You know, it's not pulling in as much air. It's just not as efficient as an engine as the 350 because of bore and stroke and other things.
Yeah, well, like depending on, because also if it was a high, well, actually, it wouldn't have been a high output 305, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know. The thing is the 305 that I had, the bottom end had dished pistons, so it was a low compression 305. I'm pretty sure it came out of a mid-80s Monte Carlo. From what I found of this engine, it came out of a mid-80s Monte Carlo. And it had the dished pistons, but it had 202 intake valves, which are 350 intake valves. But it had smaller exhaust ports. In fact, those heads are still on my 350 now. I pulled the heads off the 305 and threw them on my 350. Mainly because I just had rebuilt them, and the 350 heads that came on the 350 were shot. I would have had to replace all of the valves, all of the ends of the valves, where the lifters go. They were all beat up and chewed up and nicked up. All the rockers were bad. The heads on that 350 were junk, but the bottom end on that 350 was gorgeous. Still all cross-hatched, everything. So we used the bottom end of the 350 after replacing all of the bearings and the rings. And then I used the heads off the 305, which I had I had rebuilt those heads, only 2 or 3 years before that when I put the 305 in. So they were all fresh, brand new valve seals, keepers, caps, springs. So those heads were going over. Interesting how Chevys don't rev as high as a Ford from the factory.
See, and it depends on the engine, to be honest, for that. Like,
it does.
Like, I know that. So
it depends on weight too, because obviously a higher revving engine normally has lighter rotating parts.
Well, I will say, so my 200 inline 6, I get valve float at 5,200 RPM.
And that would be, you could solve that just with replacing springs.
Yeah. People put aftermarket springs in them all the
Heavier
time.
springs in it, and boom, you're good.
Yeah.
I mean, all it does is just keeps the valves closed longer before, centrifugal force pulls them open.
Yeah, I wanted to do it, to be honest. Like, I want to do valve springs. I want to swap the cam.
And again, Jesse says he says it's funny why Chevys don't rev as high as Ford. Depends on why they're not revving as high. Are they not revving as high because of valve flow? Are they running out of fuel and air? What is the reason why they're not revving as high? Is it just because? Huh?
Well, I was just gonna say also, like, actually, because the 302, I think there's 5,400 RPM, depending on year, because they did change some
most
springs.
Most Chevys will rev to $6,000. Most small blocks. $6,000 to $7,000 for a small block.
Yeah, okay, Harvey on the tack is not what it would, trust me, and those it would rev to about 6 grand. It's just how it was marked, because it's in a school bus, you're not,
Yeah, don't trust with the tack. I mean, the tacks just don't rev beyond this because, whatever, not necessarily because that's as high as the engine could rev. That's a factory safe limit.
Later ones may have been, but earlier ones not as much, to be honest.
I would say most Chevy small blocks, like I said earlier, you can easily rev them to 6.5K before you start hurting them.
Yeah, like, and with the Fords, now they were capable of more than that, but just their valve springs alone, like, I'm pretty sure my 302, which granted non-high output, everything you don't want in a 302 I have in mind, is, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's 5400 is when I last did it. I just trying to remember. It may have been a little higher than that, but it was in the 5000s for sure. It was not 6.
Yeah.
It's not like it ran out of power because I left it.
It's like my Caddy engine. My Caddy engine, you're not getting it to rev much higher than 5.5.
Yeah. To be honest.
I mean, but that's a big engine, and its actual issues were valve related. They had T-pedestal rocker shafts, so your rocker sat on a horizontal shaft with a single bolt for 2 rockers. And if you revved them up too high, they would start to walk the rockers off of their shaft.
Yeah, see, the inline 6 actually has a rocker shaft as well, like 200. But there's individual bolts for each rocker, so it's not so bad.
Right, that's one single shaft that runs the length of the head, right?
Yeah.
Right. What I'm talking about is literally, let's just say there was 2 of these. You'd have the bolt that came down through the center, your shaft would run here, and your rockers would sit on this, and there'd be a metal clip that would hold the rockers towards the center of the shaft. Well, that metal clip would start giving out as you increased in RPM, and the rockers would start sliding off the end of the shaft. Now, when I did my school project for my Caddy 500, we swapped it out with one single shaft that ran the length of the head, and the rockers were slid onto that shaft, and they were held in position with a nylon, like a pin, like a plug.
Okay.
So there was obviously a hole in the shaft, and a nylon plug would plop in that hole, and it would keep the rocker from sliding left to right or forward to back. You know what I mean? Moving on the shaft. And the shaft had obviously bolts that ran down through in all the stock locations. So that would have solved a lot of, that and the fact that I had really, really heavy valve springs on that engine when I rebuilt the heads. So they guarantee you, as long as I could feed that thing with enough fuel and air, it would have revved a lot harder than $5,500. But yeah, that's what it is. I think that is CMD. I think I bought mine from MTS, Maximum Torque Specialist, but I think that was still, I think CMD and MTS are like almost one and the same company. Pretty sure I got my parts through Maximum Torque Specialist.
Hello? Mr. Happy, it's Matt. I'm Associate Peter Parker. It's something very important to tell you.
Peter Parker? Somebody's watching Spider-Man.
Hi.
Yeah, well, watch that doesn't have any music in it.
It's been the same volume the entire time.
I can hear that quite literally a lot better than I could hear your game.
Well, I think he did turn up. Literally, it's been Spider-Man.
CMD. I have CAD is what became what MTS became. It's called the CAD company. I don't know if they're still in business though. But yeah, I mean, when you can make a 1,500 horsepower naturally aspirated engine, ooh. Any updated photos? What's the loot? Well, it's copyright 2022, so I'm assuming that they've been doing something.
Harvey just said Cadillac Motorsports Development.
That would have been the actual Caddy company then. This is not CAD500parts.com out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. they became they were originally MTS, Maximum Torque Specialist. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, see, like, because if I want to get parts from mine, basically parts come from, like, Australia. Because they love their inland six.
Okay. Alright. So, see reference to when there was an MTS, what happened to them? Are they completely kaput, or is this another company? I see CAD 500 parts is still around at least. So maybe they were different people. They morphed into Cadillac High Performance. Marty died in 2015, 2016, and they turned the company into Cadillac High Performance.
You're young. You don't understand how the world works.
So yeah, I used to use both of those companies, so.
How do you think your buddy Stark paid for that towel? Any of his little toys?
One that sucks is the 300 Ice Inline 6 4-barrel intake was $400 a year ago. Now they want $600 for. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how that shit goes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I don't even know how much it would cost me to buy some of the stuff that I had bought before.
Well, yeah, you can look at. Just even like some parts, pandemic. You're like just 2018, right?
Yeah.
A lot of parts have gone up at least 30, if not 40%, since then.
All right, so
Kind of, although like
the rocker system.
Like I could get a cam for a 302 in 2018. That's a roller cam for like $300. Now they're over $600 for a roller cam for a 302. That's Canadian, of course, not American.
It looks like the system that I would have bought. Now those are rollers. Mine weren't rollers. I don't know if they sell the ones that I used to, that I had before. I had a non-roller. Did they have the valve springs that I had? Yeah, I don't know. This site is not the best physically compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, because I'm actually like something. I was talking with actually Brian. He's been in the chat a couple times. Yeah, he's the one with the doggos. And the thing is, we started talking one night, and he is looking to actually build me a long tube header that is designed for a turbo to go onto my inline six. So that should be quite fun. And you know, to be honest, like when I put the turbo on and everything, it's not gonna make like a ton of power. I'm not looking to do that. I'm not gonna put a bunch of boost to it because I'll just blow up the motor. And you know, because basically I only want to run maybe 7 or 8 pounds of boost, which will bump the power up somewhere around 40, 50 horsepower, give or take, plus the extra about 30 or 40 horsepower that I'm getting from the header. If I'm able to throw a cam in at the same time, I'm gonna be making somewhere around 200 crank horsepower. It's pretty nice.
He was saying that the shop he worked at, a Turbo 460 Ford engine running on natural gas. It ran a generator. We had I think we had Ford 360s that are in my my truck. They were in these big boxes outside of each of the units. And yeah, it's exactly what they were. They were literally, they would fire up when the power went out and would run a generator to power the buildings. It was pretty cool because when the power went out, you could hear them fire up. Oh, they can't run. That site's gone, apparently. CadillacHighPerformance.com.
Technically, Jesse, yeah. I might be doubling the horsepower as I was done with that. Like, I'm not looking to... Basically, all I want to do with this car, for power-wise, I would just like to be able to beat up on stock Aero Fox Body 5-liters. Which I'm a lot lighter, so I can run less power than them, too. And, and now, although, Jesse, I am talking about, like, when I talk about these horsepower gains, I talk about to the crank. So, technically speaking, it'd be about closer to 70-ish horsepower to the wheels. Extra. With all this. And, it'd just be kind of cool. And, not only would it be quick, but it would also be quite good on fuel and just a fun car overall. Like I said, I just want to beat up on stock Fox Bodies. That's it.
I don't know. I haven't played around with the Caddy engine in years.
Well,
but okay.
Jesse, what's all done to your 300?
Well, it could also be gearing.
Yeah, I can do it too. But, because, like, honestly, depending on what's done to that 300, like, I can see it. 4-barrel intake headers.
4-barrel intake, headers, and slight cam upgrade. The only way you'd be able to tell for sure is to go dyno it.
Well, actually, I can see that because a lot of Ford FE engines were tuned terribly when it comes to their timing. Like, as an example, so, he hasn't been on here in a long time, but Team Mechanic with his 73 T-Bird.
Yeah, how's he doing?
He's been okay. I haven't talked to him in a little bit, but,
No, you see him, tell him I said hi.
I will. So he has this 73 T-Bird, beautiful car, like it's damn near mint. It's got a 460 that's on propane. It was converted in, I believe, the 80s to that, and he says that the car is just like a complete dog, and I asked him, what's the timing set to? It says negative 10 degrees, and I just told him, well, no shit. Especially with propane, because it's higher octane than what you get just for regular gasoline, period. You can probably, with that 460, and again, that's before they were all smogged out. Like, they were slightly detuned at that point, but they weren't horrible. You could probably bump it up to like 15 degrees initial timing, and it'd be really happy to be very snappy on the throttle and just wonderful. But for some reason, he won't adjust the timing. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. That's interesting, because I do wonder, like, as well, weight-wise, if maybe you weigh a little less too, if you have better gearing in your truck as well, compared to his.
Gear ratio, tire size.
Yeah, it all makes difference. But also, it could just be, though, too, that your truck feels faster, but maybe it isn't. Because sometimes vehicles do feel faster than you think.
Well, I mean, you think about it. You jump into an old school muscle car, they just feel faster. Even though modern cars tend to generally go faster than an old school muscle car. but because of the suspension and everything else in a modern car, you don't feel the speed as much.
Oh, that's definitely true. And okay, he has 410s. His dad has 355s. That'll do it.
Yeah, your 410s are going to feel a hell of a lot more snappier than the 355s. I mean, yeah, you got a much better gear ratio for torque. Now, his 355s will run at a lower RPM on the highway and probably go faster on the highway, but your 410s are going to fucking throw you in your seat more.
Yeah, and I mean, and autos do rob a little bit of power.
Yeah, but not as much as you think they do.
No, the numbers that I heard was entirely false. Because I heard, it's like an extra 20 up to 40 horsepower. No, because
the average person isn't also going to feel 20 to 40 horsepower either. Depending on how low you are in horsepower.
I was going to say, you would feel
if you're
that
sitting around,
you would feel that in my car.
You're not going to really feel the difference between 240 and 260 horsepower.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of these people that can feel the minute differences, though, but that's pretty rare to find. Like, whenever I've made a slight adjustment that may have only added 1 or 2 horsepower, I can feel that. And just the way the car runs and everything, I listen to it, I can just feel it overall. It just feels nice when I get that tune perfect, because it's still not quite dialed in yet. I need to figure that out more. I also need to figure out what exactly I have it timed to, because currently I just have been listening to it. But after I melted the plugs, and then I replaced, I regenerated the carb halfway. And I can do this because this 2-barrel carb, it goes to the same hole anyway, so you can have 2 different sized jets in it and it works just fine. So I currently have a 47 jet in it and a 51. So cancel each other out. It's essentially bumping up 2 jet sizes. And I knocked back the timing maybe 2 or 3 degrees, and it really did make a difference. But I might want to dial back the timing a little more. Just again, I don't know what it's set to.
Throw a light on it.
Well,
or is that not? You don't have one.
Well, I mean, I don't, but honestly, friends do. However, there is just one problem with that. And there's an easy way to rectify it, we haven't done it yet. My crank fully walks a little bit at times. Not all the time, but every once in a blue moon, I'll start the car, especially if it's colder. I'll start the car and I'll get a belt screech. But it's nothing to do with the belt.
Oh, the rubber part of the balancer is walking.
Yep.
You gotta watch that though, because it could throw off some. Actually, no. The rubber part just isolates it from the pulley.
Yeah, exactly.
The balancing part is actually on the part that would be still attached to the crank.
Yeah.
So all you're doing is you're walking your timing mark.
Yeah, that's all it's doing. It's not gonna hurt it. It's just that's the one thing. So it's trying to figure out where to time it. Like, yes, could I find top dead center, mark on the thing, then bump it over till it does a full rotation, and then see where it is? I could do that, and then in between those, basically, it's gonna tell you what your timing's at. Like,
yeah, so I told you how to make a cheap top dead center finder.
Yeah, and I mean, and
you have some spare spark plugs that you just got done pulling out of your car, so you could easily make one.
Very good. I could just use an inspection camera too and figure out, just turn the crank and see when it goes down or when it goes back up. Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
I can find it right.
My way is just a old spark plug, thread it to a bolt size, and then you just thread the bolt down through the spark plug, and you can adjust that in and out. And when it gets up to the top dead center in one direction, you mark your balancer, spin it around the other way, mark your balancer, same thing as you were doing, and you find the middle will be your top dead center.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I just one of these things I just haven't done it. That only helps just with initial timing if I had a timing gun. Otherwise, it does nothing for me right now. So, I would need to actually contact my neighbor and just ask him, hey, can I borrow your timing gun? My engine's a bit of a pain in the ass to find the timing mark properly on it.
Mm.
Well, he was having issues because, like, his timing gun, he was, like, trying to find it, he couldn't find it. And his timing gun kept getting caught in the fan, too. So, he had to go up underneath
Yeah. Like Harvey said, a physical piston stop, eyeballing it isn't accurate enough.
Yeah, oh, don't get me wrong. That is 100% better. But it doesn't mean I can't do it the way that I am. Like, well, I want to, just because it's so much easier. Instead of making something, just do it. And the one thing is, like, with the inspection camera, because I can see when, as soon as it moves down or back up, and just find that exact spot, or pretty damn close within a couple millimeters, to be honest. Which is fine. At that point. Because, you know, a dead stop point, like, you'd feel it, but you still wouldn't see it either with that. At least
You're not gonna, it's not, no, literally, it won't move. A dead stop finder literally will stop the piston from moving. So, literally, you spin it the one direction until it hits that stop. It will stop moving. You will know when you hit it. You put your mark in on your balancer. You spin it the opposite direction till you hit that stop again. And you put your mark, and your top dead center will be directly between those two marks. There's no guesswork. It will literally be there. You can't, you know, it's not a matter of seeing it. It physically will not move past that point. It's like you lock the engine up.
Yeah, can do it that way. I'm just saying, just in general. You know, because yeah, it just, sorry, my brain's fine.
No, you're fine. I mean, it's you know, there's things that there's good enough for close. You know, it's like horseshoes versus hand grenades. You know, some things are good just to get close enough. Some other ones you need to be dead on.
Yeah, and well, like, and for this, to be honest, I'll be able to feel it, and the best part is I can also tune it on a dyno as well, because I have free access to the dyno whenever I want. So,
but the thing is yes, you can tune it on a dyno, but if your timing marks are still off, even on a dyno, they still will use a timing light to figure out where they are at timing wise.
well, yes,
It's not always.
yes, I know, but we can get it running absolutely optimal on the dyno as well, with playing with it and whatever else, and we can do it that way as well. Like, I can also just talk to John about that too, because he.
Or just replace the balancer.
Yeah, you have an extra $400. That's how much that costs.
Junkyard.
If the seal's any good, which when you pull those off, you wreck the seal 9 times out of 10. It's not
On the valve cover.
the valve. What?
Where's your seal? I don't know Ford engines. The Chevy, the seal is on the valve cover. I mean, not on the valve cover, the timing chain cover.
Oh yeah, it's there. Yeah. It's right, like, as soon as you pull the crank off, and it is right there. But
I mean, for me, for at least with a Chevy engine, the timing chain cover, you know, seal, it's just a press-on seal, just like anything, like, just like the, you know, just like an axle end.
Because I just know it was perfect until Roy. Well, when me and Roy did the timing chain, then when he used his puller on it, it wrecked the seal. We didn't know it at the time.
You're talking about the he used the puller and he separated the outer part of the pulley from the inner part of the balancer? You're talking about that seal, or are you talking about the seal that would have been for the balancer going into the timing cover?
Well, I think there's only the one seal that goes into the timing cover, to be honest. So there isn't one on the balancer itself.
Well, I thought you were talking about the rubber isolator. I'm assuming you might have been calling it the wrong thing.
Yeah, no.
You're talking about the seal that seals the shaft of the balancer.
Yeah, I believe that's what's just separated a little bit, and that's what creates the slippage. Just a little bit.
Well, the slippage would be the isolator from the isolation between the pulley, the outer part of the pulley, and the balancer itself.
I would need to honestly see an engine, like one of those inline sixes with it pulled, because I don't remember what it looks like. Honestly, I could look back on my video, I suppose, that I did 2 years ago. But it doesn't actually leak. It's not an oil seal, so actually it would just be the isolator, I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. I just, for some reason, I can't picture the isolating seal on that. I just don't. But it does not leak.
You don't see it.
Yeah, it does not leak oil.
Okay, you see that ring? You see all the holes in the center, and you see the outer part where the belt goes. That dark ring that separates that two is your isolation ring, and that's what would be slipping.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that actually does make sense.
So it would be this ring right there. It's more pronounced on the Chevys.
Yeah,
it's thicker.
Yeah, it's not really that pronounced on that, and it's just the pulley design's obviously different and stuff like that.
But I mean, in here, these ones are different, but it'd be the same thing. It's that the outer area where the belts go versus the inner hub area. That area in between where they meet would be whatever. But slip if it leaks oil,
which doesn't.
Right, as I say, that would be the seal for the timing cover. But if you think that the outer part of the balancer where the belts go is rotating around the inner part, then it would be that isolator that's slipping.
Yeah, well, it's the only thing that makes sense. It being the isolator, because like I said, especially when it's a little colder or just once in a blue moon.
Well, your way to find that out would be to make yourself a top dead center stop and make your marks. And if you do it and that timing mark is exactly where it's supposed to be, it's not slipping.
Well,
but if it's anywhere else on that balancer, well, then obviously you've got issues.
Yeah, I already know it slips a little bit. It's only because, like I mentioned, that belt squeal that happens, which makes no sense because the rest of the pulleys are fine. I know that. The belts are perfectly tight. It makes no sense. Just every once in a blue moon, even when I go to restart the car, after it sits for just like a little bit.
Like I said, the belt could still be the belt could still squeal. It doesn't necessarily mean that the balancer moved. It just means that maybe the belt is slipping on the balancer.
Yeah, well, and I was just trying to. It just made the most sense. Only because of
Well, like I said, it takes a spark plug, a tap, and an all threaded bolt, and you could find out.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I eventually will. It's one of these things. It's not a high priority at the moment. It's not super high. I will get there. Not right now. That's all. It's one of these things. I can drive it. It's good right now. I'm not gonna mess with it too much at the moment. A lot of stuff.
Harvey says sounds like an alternator belt slipping.
No, the belts are brand new. Well, not brand new, but they're new enough.
It just takes a little bit of resistance.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I could just
be. You're taking things that aren't moving and then wanting them to move immediately. And sometimes some things are like, well, I don't want to fucking move. And if everything else in line says, well, we're moving, well, then it slips.
That actually does make sense. Or even if there's just like a little bit of moisture in there, I suppose I could do it too.
Could be moisture. Belt could be stiff because it's cold. If the belt is stiff and wants to stay in the position that it's bent at when you were sitting there freaking cold, it fires up in that first second or two. You know, the crank slips and the belt doesn't move.
Yeah, I'll just have to confirm stuff, that's all. But, I mean, Honestly, if that's the case, then cool, because then that means nothing was broken when it was pulled, which is good. Because realistically, when we throw a cam in that engine, sadly though, because like it's so funny, because
what did you pull the balancer with?
Whatever.
Did you pull it with one of those ones with the fingers, or
that Roy Marco had, which he's a freaking proper licensed mechanic, so.
Right, well, I was saying, because there's ones that thread into bolt holes on the balancer. There's ones that you use a claw around the edge of the balancer and pull it that way. Whether it's the inside and the claws are pointing out, or it's the outside and the claws are pointing in. There's several different ways of pulling a balancer.
I think that's actually what Harvey just said. Actually, yeah, I can do that. I just need to pull the fan off. Do that, but yeah, I could.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just mark the on both sides of where that isolator is, and if those marks start drifting away from each other, you'll know. You can do that tomorrow, and you just keep checking on it every once in a while.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, just
use a paint pen.
Because literally, it takes me less than 5 minutes to get the fan belt off and on, because I've done it so many times.
Shouldn't even need to take the fan belt off.
No, I'll have to, because the fan itself is in the way to mark it. Dude. It's not a clutch fan either. It's right there. Like, I need to take off that entire arm on it so that I can actually.
Well, you got to put it You got to put that paint mark somewhere where you can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I would. Well, honestly, I could just pull it off in the future. To check.
You could.
Again, it doesn't take me long to do that. So.
I don't know, just thinking out loud. Oh.
Yeah, no, actually, because that was a good idea by her. That makes sense.
It does. It's a lot less of involved. Because I mean, either way, you're still going to have to mark the balancer. The top dead center tool would give you that answer immediately, whereas this other method you'd have to wait. But you'd have to do it's less invasive.
Yeah.
Though not necessarily less invasive, you still have to take off the fan to do it.
Oh, for sure. And that's just
because it's either take off the fan or pull number one spark plug.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and to be honest,
Well, technically, I would pull all the spark plugs just so you're not fighting the turning of
you're not fighting
compression of the other.
All
right, so pull 8 spark plugs or pull your fan.
Pull 8 or pull 6. I don't have any.
6. I'm sorry, V8 brain.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's one of those things. And it actually would take me less time to take the fan off than it would be to pull all the spark plugs.
I miss my inline 6 because all the spark plugs were just right.
Oh, it's wonderful. And because technically, like my car, I don't think it leaks any oil, but it does use a little bit of oil because cylinders 5 and 6, the oil seals need to be replaced. Which, if you're gonna do 2 of them, you might as well do all of them.
Yeah. Well, both my both my Trans Am and my Nova both have headers. And getting to number 8 cylinder with the AC hat and the AC stuff in the way on the TA, and just the transmission tunnel / header in the way on the Nova, getting to number 8 cylinder is a bitch. And I have another one where the tube on, I think it's the Chevy, the tube literally comes right across the front of the freaking end of the spark plug, and getting a wrench on that one sucks, let alone a socket.
Yeah, like and something, because that's just annoying about some of these newer cars. Like, it's so funny because people try to tell me that, that was a problem with Fords as well. I'm like, no, that was only a problem with Fords with the injectors, not replacing the spark plugs, because they were still on the sides of the head.
And the headers on the TA are bigger than the ones that are on the Nova. I think the ones that are on the Nova are 1-inch collector, and I think that not the collectors, but 1-inch tubes, and I'm pretty sure that the ones that are on the TA are bigger than that.
See,
they're both 3-inch collector headers, but
the benefit of my inline 6 is that I don't have to remove the exhaust at all to get the starter off. I can leave it in. Which we did when we pulled the plug.
I don't have headers on my inline 6 that I had. I had that it came down, and then it had a collector right on the underside of the intake, and all 3 of my fucking collector bolts were broken, snapped off in the collector. And I could not get the manifold off of the intake because all of the bolts going into the head were seized. In fact, most of them didn't even look like bolts anymore. So there was no way to take that part off to replace it, or even to be able to drill out the bottom of that collector, because right below the collector was the front A-arm. So getting a drill up there would have been a pain in the ass.
Well, and also, Jesse, because one thing is, that'd be a problem with putting headers in yours. Putting a header on mine, the only thing that would actually hinder it is wherever the turbo is going to be. Because it's possible that I have to remove the turbo to get the starter out, depending on where he does it. But really, it's got a brand new starter right now. I don't really care. But also, like, my starter, it's a high mount starter, so it's up top of the bell housing. Like, not on top of it, but on the passenger side, towards the right, and on towards the top of the bell housing. It's really nice.
The starter for my inline 6 was in a typical Chevy spot.
Yeah, well, there was Ford 250s had this basically same bell housing as a small block Ford. There was a 200 in 1982 that had the low mount starter and basically the same bell housing as a 302 as well, or mostly. The 200 actually was a little different in that 4 of the 6 bolts lined up perfectly. The other 2 were kind of redundant. You didn't really need them, but if you wanted to, you could just drill a couple extra holes in your bell housing to make them line up. Because they were just the top 2, which you don't necessarily need. But it's good to have them there for security.
8 out of 16 broken studs. Ouch.
Oof, that sucks.
No, it's funny because, like, all right, so my TA, I had an inline 6. I had an inline. Well, my brain is just not firing on all cylinders today.
I feel that.
The Oldsmobile engine had the starter on the opposite. So that came with 3 different engines, right? You had the Chevy engine, you had the Olds engine, and you had the Pontiac engine.
Yeah.
As far as I know, the starter on the Pontiac engine is on the driver's side. The starter that was on the Olds was on the passenger side. And I think my brain's not working. Isn't it on the passenger side on the Chevy engines too? I have not seen my freaking Chevy engine in so fucking long.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, and see, and that sucks when you can't just weld it on and they have to drill. I'm just so glad.
I know that the Caddy, the starter on my Cadillac, fit on. I'm not sure if it was the inline 6 or the first 305 that I had, but I literally used the starter off the Caddy engine on one of the vehicles. I mean, on my Nova at one point. And it was a direct bolt on. I'm just not sure if it was the inline 6 at that point or if I had already swapped in the V8. But that was funny because I had that starter for the Cadillac just sitting there doing nothing, and I know the starter died in my vehicle, and I just pulled it out. I was like, well, I don't know if this will work, but let's throw it up there and see. Bolted it in, it worked right off. I'm pretty sure that I'm not sure. I don't know. I was pretty sure that the Olds was on the opposite side. Again, I could just be poor memory from how many years a fucking go.
And with the caddy, I mean, I would assume the caddy starter would be just a little more powerful just because of how heavy that crank is that it has to turn. Oh yeah, because Harvey said bell housings are grouped like he said.
Yeah, Olds and Pontiac on the same side. But but the Chevy one is on the opposite side. All right. Yeah, you're right.
Because I know, like, actually something that's interesting about the 296 starter, because if my memory serves me correctly, it's the same starter as a 460, so it actually turns over the motor very quickly. It's kind of nice. See, and it's still so weird with the Toronado / Eldorado of how they were front-wheel drive, but they weren't transversely mounted. That always confused the hell out of me to see those.
Mm-hmm. Well, the funny thing is my Caddy engine was bolted to came out of, it was a long shaft turbo 400.
Yeah, which
not a front wheel drive.
Yeah, like we were saying probably
that was what, a Fleetwood, I think,
or something like that.
Yeah.
Because the front wheel drive, yeah, it's definitely that's the short shaft, and it's got a different bell housing pattern, I believe, on it too. Although I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, it was yeah, so it was a Cadillac 500. It was the 500, not the 424 or the 472, and it was bolted to a long shaft Pontiac, not Pontiac, a long shaft turbo 400.
Yeah.
And it was a 1973.
Yeah, see, and oddly enough, I know how. I mean, yours was built a bit, but how.
Yes, it was a long tail shaft.
Yeah, like I know how.
Versus the stubby ones that most like Chevys and stuff use.
Yeah, like I know how fast those 73 CAD 500, at least in an Eldorado, goes. Those things freaking rip. But because well, what
now get a ported and polished head one with valve springs, and a hot cam in it.
Oh yeah.
And it did have the valve relief flat top pistons on it.
Well, what I loved is because he let me drive it, and like he drove my car gingerly. I'm like, dude, you can get on my car if you want. That's fine. You're not gonna hurt it. Just because the way I've built my car, you're not gonna damage anything if you hammer on it. That's the beauty of my build. But his Caddy, like it's full of stuff. Still got the original carburetor on it and everything, stock exhaust, so but apparently like they had 365 horsepower and about 510 foot-pounds of torque, I think it was, out of the box, which was kind of surprising to hear for 73, but no, actually that wasn't the case. And so it doesn't have a tack, so I just revved it up a little bit and then let it off, and I squawked the tires, and the thing just fucks off. It's pretty quick for a 5,200 pound pig. It just, that was a lot of fun to drive that thing.
I have no idea what you said, Kat. You froze. and then just really sped up.
Oh. Sorry.
You had a lag spike.
Yeah. So. How far back do I have to go?
I don't remember. You were saying about something about being a heavy something.
Oh yeah. So. Because that 73 Eldorado is a 5,200 pound pick, and it actually, for being that heavy, moves extremely well.
You said it had a 500 in it?
Yep. CAD 500.
You're talking close to 400 foot-pounds of torque.
Yeah, I believe it was 365 horsepower, and I think 510 foot-pounds of torque. I think.
That's a lot of torque.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's super torque. It may have been under that, but I'm trying to remember. I can look it up to see what the factory rating was on that. Eldorado 500 specs. Just give me, there we go. Automobile catalog, I love you. Wait, it's great. It doesn't matter if it's convertible. Let's see. Or it looks like you have the power numbers wrong, because this is different. This has 300 or 235 horsepower and 385 pound-feet of torque, which may have been underrated though. Which I bet it was.
Yeah, that's corporate numbers.
Yeah. Well, this was also in 1973 when they went to net horsepower, not gross.
Yep, which is also different.
Yeah. So if I look at it 1972, because I don't believe they would have been detuned for 73, not yet for the Caddy. Probably 74 though. Would be my guess.
I don't know how long I don't think the Caddy 500 lasted much longer.
Caddy 500 went right up until like 1978, 79.
What? Manufacturer is not telling the truth?
Oh, okay, 72 has the same power numbers as well. Maybe I just gotta look at a different site. Oh, that says the same too. There we go. That makes more sense. So 385 horsepower and 535 foot-pounds of torque. I found it.
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, so in 72, or maybe this was 71. 365 horsepower and 535 foot-pounds of torque.
Go back to a little bit earlier than that. What's the first or second year the CAD 500 came out? Before they freaking smacked it with the smog.
Give me a second. I can look it up. CAD 500. I'm just gonna look at when they actually came out, because I'm not sure what year it was. Let's take a look. Cadillac V8. Go all the way to the 500. And go overhead valve. That's what I want. 390 472. So the 500 came out in 1970. It was rated for 400 horsepower gross, and it made 10-to-1 compression. And yeah, so it was 400 horsepower, 550 foot-pounds gross horsepower.
Yeah. They changed the heads
the next year.
In like 71 or 72.
Yeah, 71, it brought the compression from 10-to-1 to 8.5-to-1.
Yeah, it really killed it.
Yep.
That's why one of the first things that you do on a Caddy 500 is swap out the heads in the intake. Because it also had a sunken intake, which also killed it in power.
Yeah, here you go. So it dropped the gross horsepower from 400 to 365, but I can't find the torque number for that. Which is probably close enough to the 500, I think. Just gross horsepower. But what's interesting, because 1976, I guess, was the final year for the 500. Which, in 1976, the base version of it made 190 horsepower and 360 pound-feet of torque. Like, so neutered.
Yeah, they neutered it.
So neutered. Like, the better version of it, which was, that was 76. So 75, it was 210 horsepower and 380 foot-pounds of torque.
Yeah, and I had a 73.
Yeah, so 73. So that was actually obviously you did performance mods.
Not as far as I wanted to go yet, but it was getting there.
So there was two different heads, I guess. There was the R and the S, and one just made an extra 15 horsepower and an extra 20 foot-pounds of torque, I suppose.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you which ones I have at this point. It's been so long.
Yeah. But in 73, the most I could have was 235 horsepower and 385 foot-pounds of torque.
Mm.
You know, that was the most. So, I mean, still, I think he just had his performance numbers wrong because he was thinking 1970 or 71.
Right.
But you know,
they were kind of dogged out. But like I said, you swap the heads and you swap the intake, and you're right back where you were. Heads and intake, you're back at 450 horsepower, 500.
Oh yeah. Actually, so something that you can do in. So, not that I doubt you're ever going to play with a Ford 460, but if you ever do, because 460s you can get very cheap if they're 80s or late 70s. They're a performance bargain because all you do, rip those heads off, go find a 1971 or back, preferably 1970.
Or just go to Edinburgh and go get a set of heads.
You can just get stock heads because it bumps it up to 10.5 to 1 compression. Why do you need aftermarket heads at that point, right? It's cheaper.
Flow better.
Yeah, but regardless though, you do that. You swap the timing chain to a 4.
Lighter too.
Well, you do the timing chain to a 429 timing chain, and holy crap, does it make a huge difference just doing those two things.
Mm-hmm.
You bump the power from basically in say 1978 Lincoln Mark V. If you do all that, you go from I think it's 210 horsepower to over 400 horsepower, and you probably want to put out an intake and a carb for that as well. And
you do realize I kind of already did that, right?
Yeah, you did that with.
So the engine that's sitting in my Nova, right?
Yeah.
That is a Smog 350 block. All right.
Yeah.
I pulled the heads off of my 305, which have the same size intake as the 350, smaller exhaust, so it's not going to breathe as good at high RPMs, but down low on the street, it's going to do just fine. It's 11 to 1 compression. I went from barely over 100 horsepower to probably close to 220, 250 horsepower, and I did absolutely nothing else in performance. Just better parts. So like I said, I replaced the bearings, I replaced the rings. I did not touch the cam. It still got the cam in it that it had in it before. It still has the pistons that it had in it before, which are flat top valve relief pistons. But I swapped the heads, and I put a high flow, high output oil pump in it, and double roller timing chain. But other than that, it's just a standard Chevy rolling timer, just a Chevy timing chain. It's not off of a different engine or whatever.
Yeah.
Just changing the heads.
Yeah, you're.
Oh, and another Brock intake.
I was gonna say you're probably pushing more power than you think you are. Yeah, for that.
Probably. I don't know. It's still sitting in the car. I haven't gotten rid of it.
Yeah, I mean that'd be an interesting one to just you know what? Even if you just found an engine dyno or something, just take the motor out and go to an engine dyno, see how much power it actually makes.
It'll probably stay in the car until I find a different engine for it, but I eventually want to throw in an LQ4 or an LSA.
Yeah, I know that's your plan. And that's fair.
Because if I'm going to go fuel injected, those are the two engines that I want.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, that makes perfect sense. And that's just one of those things because, like I said, that I learned about the 460s and just how easy it is to make power, and it doesn't cost you that much money as long as you find the right parts. The intake is probably going to be the thing that costs you the most out of all of that because you just want an aftermarket intake at that point.
What?
But because just with the 460s, and because it used to be that the Chevy 454 was your best bang for your buck when it came to big blocks, but actually it's the 460 now. For that, because people just bought up the 454s when they were your best bang for your buck until the LS came out. And you know, it kind of brought prices up for some stuff, but the 460 is still cheap. Very cheap. Because people don't give a shit about a 460. They care about their 302s and 351s.
I want a 572.
Yeah.
I've wanted a 572 since I saw them first come out, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I want a 572.
What was the one that they just came out with like 2 years ago? The next biggest Chevy. What the fuck size is it?
Isn't it like a 632?
I don't know what it is. I know I've seen a couple places install them already, and it's just another one of those outrageously insane, not going to ever find it blocks. But I know they're full crate motor straight from Chevy.
Yeah, it's a 632.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
Yeah, they deliver 1,000 horsepower out of the box.
Yeah, my poor car would fold up like a pretzel.
Oh yeah. My car, although like something that is going to happen actually, fairly soonish maybe, is I'm actually going to put the subframe connectors in my car too. Not that it needs them. At all. The little inline 6 is never going to, I don't think it'll make enough power to really need them. But it'll just be nice to stiffen up the chassis a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd like to see my Nova go to where I want it to go, but baby steps first.
Yeah.
I need to get it home. I need to get it torn apart. And I need to fix the bodywork that it needs, and then start thinking about what direction I'm going to go from there. Obviously, if I don't have an engine lined up for it, it's going to have to go with just getting it back on the road and in one piece.
Yeah, because I personally think right now, because of like money constraints and also like your Trans Am is chewing up cash right now.
Well, Trans Am is not going to be chewing up cash. That the whole point of that was to get it running and out the door, and then stop working on it.
Yeah, and that hasn't happened yet. So,
no, because this mess that's sitting right here.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm just saying. With the Nova, I would almost just keep that motor in it for now. Just do a little bit of body work to it. Just make it a little nicer. Get it running and driving decent. Get good brakes on it. All that different stuff.
Whatever it is, the motor's got to come out of it because it's in the wrong car. The black car that it's in currently is going to the scrapyard.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so guys, pull that motor out.
And the gray car needs to be completely assembled.
Yeah, so assemble the gray car. Put that motor in that one for now because you have it.
But before I can assemble the gray car, I've got to fix the damage that was done to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying for cost effectiveness, I would just keep that motor around for now.
Well, yeah, it's not going anywhere until I have a replacement.
Yeah. But
first thing that needs to happen is the black car needs to be completely blown the rest of the way apart, and the part that's junk scrapped. Obviously, I'm keeping the whole front clip, so front subframe, everything from the firewall forward. Oh, sorry, dropped something.
So
everything from the firewall forward on the black car is being kept. And everything from the firewall back, well. I'm keeping the rear end that's in the black car. I'm keeping the rear suspension that's in the black car. So body wise, everything in the firewall backwards is going. It's garbage. That isn't already on the gray car because like the trunk lid that was on the black car is already on the gray car. The rear bumper I need to still pull off of it. I think, unless I already pulled that. I don't remember. But the gray car, I need to put wheel wells in it, in the rear. I need to put rear quarters on it. I need to repair the damage, the rust in the passenger side rear quarter window sill. And I need to repair the rocker on the driver's side where somebody hooked a freaking tow hook to it and ripped it out. But I get most of that done, I can put the car back together. And then it's a matter of tracking down any parts I may not have anymore because of moves and different things. So, yeah. The engine issue isn't an issue until I get the body work done on the gray car and start needing to decide which direction I'm going to go, whether I'm going to put it back to the way it was or start modifying it for what I want it to do in the future. But that's a ways off. And then that really depends on if the YouTube channel starts taking off and if it actually starts, paying money out to be able to afford some of these projects that I want to do.
Yeah, I get that.
Which was the whole reason of doing the Nova before the TA. Because I'm hoping that by the time I get to the TA, I have a little bit more financial freedom.
Yeah, and I do wonder, because with the Nova, I just think because just with, the limitations of, just time with, wiring, and there's only so many videos you can do just on straight up wiring, right? Or anything like that. To where the Nova might be a nice, fresh sort of thing that people will want to tune into, and because you can pump out content a little quicker on that one, too.
Right, but I also need the TA running and moving before I can push it outside.
Oh, for sure. I get that.
And the garage that I would be shoving the Nova in the side of the garage that I would be shoving the Nova in is too cramped to work in.
Fair.
Which is why the TA got put on the other side to begin with.
That's fair. I get that. I've tried to do some minor work to the car in my buddy's garage, when I stay up in Edmonton at my buddy Keith's place. Sometimes, there's something in the shop or whatever that I can't just pull it into the shop. So his little garage there, I have worked in there, and man, it's fucking tight. Well,
then try filming, and then filming on top of that.
Yeah,
it's one thing working in a cramped space. It's another working in a cramped space and trying to film in that cramped space.
Yeah, that's why you have to get creative. And, the lighting in there sucks too, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, I've improved the lighting on the other side, where I've been filming with a TA. So, that's the thing. TA needs to get rewired, fired up, running, so I can pull it out and pull it back in. Because I can always... The Nova, I don't know. I mean, it's going to go up on a dolly. That car isn't very long once you chop the whole front end of it off. So if you take the front subframe and everything off and it's just the shell, it's not really that big. So I could always turn it sideways, shove it up to the front of the garage, and be able to pull half the TA in if I need to do something. But... can't do anything with the TA if it doesn't run and move, because I also can't just leave it in one spot outside because somebody might bitch that it's not a running, moving car, because I still live in a fucking town.
Yeah, see, that's the benefit where I am. Even though I'm in town,
I don't really think anybody really cares here, but I don't want to give them a chance.
Yeah, because with my Mustang, technically I'm pretty sure there's a city there's two city ordinances that at one point we've broken one time or another. Because there's supposed to be no more than 2 cars outside of your house. Apparently, which
that sucks.
There's lots of people that freaking break that rule, so nobody cares. I've had police drive by. They've never given me a ticket or anything, so literally, there's been some police issues in the trailer park every now and then.
What if you have more than 2 people living in your household that are of driving age?
Well, exactly. It's just so dumb. It's one thing if you have a horde of vehicles. I can understand that.
I think that's the whole point of it. I think that's the loophole that they're closing.
Yeah. Personally, I would just for that, I'd say one vehicle per person or something like that, or there you go, one vehicle per bedroom. There you go.
Because I have a place that can that can put a sticker on it, as long as everything on it that works is supposed to work. So I mean, as long as the lights work and it's driving, the only thing that technically would fail it would be the fact that it doesn't have any catalytic converters on it, and it's the 79. There's no catalytic converters on that car. It is 2.5-inch stainless steel exhaust from the headers back.
What, you didn't just hollow out some cats down there? Come on.
Not even. I did that with the Nova. The Nova has hollow cats on it. But the TA, no. The TA is just straight exhaust. It's got mufflers on it. That's it. And in fact, I have a piece of pipe that I can throw in there that would eliminate the mufflers if I wanted to. And then it would truly be straight piped.
Yeah.
I do have a section of pipe for it.
We'll see, and something, and I am waiting for the honestly, just when it happens, because you know how much louder my car is actually going to get when it goes from just without changing the exhaust, other than the header, changing from that stock manifold to the header, it's going to get a lot louder.
Not as loud as you think it would.
I mean, the one thing is, because something that I want to see, because I might want to swap the mufflers out, to be honest.
The two biggest difference you can do to make your car sound louder is your cat and your muffler.
Yeah, which
not you. The expensive thing underneath your car.
Yeah, I know. Which my car does not have a catalytic converter anymore. I cut that off and sold it. And the mufflers, they've been changed out, and the entire exhaust after the collector, it's just all nice free flowing exhaust. It wise off into a dual exhaust, which I think that's actually robbing a little bit of power.
What muffler do you have on that?
They're Proformers, I believe, or Proflows. Can't remember. They are 2.25.
Company. What company?
Like I said, I believe they're Proformer.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that company.
They're not bad. Like, they're a good little aftermarket muffler. They're not as popular as, say, Flowmaster or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure they're Proformer. They might be Proflows. Regardless. And I'm not gonna complain because they were free. When I say free, I mean I left my car up at Keith's place for a couple of weeks, and for my birthday, he decided, hey, I'm gonna put this exhaust on for you. Which I would have preferred if he kept the thrust turbos, because actually the thrust turbos, I like the sound of them. But
I used to have thrust turbos on my Nova. I swapped them out for the Flowmaster 44s.
Yeah, see, and that's
because I didn't like the sound of them.
Yeah, see, and that's the other thing, of like Flowmaster 44s have a really good.
They are Pro Flows. This Proformer.
Yeah, Proflow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Proflow. I couldn't.
Or Flow Pro.
And they were just ones that he had lying around, and they work pretty good. They're good.
Do you know which ones they are?
No, I don't.
Like what series?
Like I'd have to go underneath the car.
Yeah, because different series would have different sound levels.
Yeah, because really, like with him, he didn't even know. These were mufflers he had lying around. And he put them on my car. So.
Yeah.
Which oddly enough,
I had at one point I had a cherry bomb on my Nova when it was inline 6. I flushed it out. I fluffed it, whatever. I swapped it out for some thrust turbos. And then I went with the 350 and I put 2 thrust turbos on it, and then swapped those out for the black Flowmaster 44s that I have now. Which I did end up. No, the black one is on my. Black one's on my truck. The silver ones that were on my Nova, I think. I think. I don't remember.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm trying to.
I know running Flowmaster 44s on my truck. Well, a single one. But it even without the muffler on it at all, that truck's still too quiet. So that only means that it's the catalytic converter that's making it quiet.
Because actually, something I'm trying to find. There is a clip that, and it'll blow your mind. That an inline.
Harvey says it sounds like a Napa brand.
Yeah,
you guys have Napa up there?
Yeah, of course. I have one here in town. Why am I not getting the sound through this?
I have video clips on my channel of my Nova running the Thrush turbos, open exhaust, and then the Super 44s.
Cause like, I don't know why I'm not getting sound.
Don't know.
Okay, that's unmuted. But why? And obviously sound on the computer's good. That is so weird. I could just do this. Hang on. No, I can't do it that way either. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. Hang on. Because it'll be through my phone instead for the sound, but you'll hear the sound. It's just not as good as, if I did it recording through the thing.
Alright.
Give me 1 second. Because this is, once I find it, it is a first-gen Mustang with a 200 inline 6 in it that just sounds freaking menacing.
That's an inline 6?
Yep. That's a 200 inline 6, and it's just a cam, long tube header, and mufflers.
It's the cam that did it.
Yeah. Oh, the cam definitely made it sound like that. Don't get me wrong. But it's just the volume and everything is just perfect, and I would love to hear what that thing sounds like when you get on it. Because I want mine to kind of sound like that. That's just badass. And then especially with my dual exhaust as well, it would throw so many more people off because they think, oh, it's a V8. They still think it's a V8. But then I pop the hood and they go, what the hell?
Yeah, it's most of the inline 6 didn't come with dual tips.
Nope. I have GT tips on my car. So it throws off even more people, because some people, like, I did have one guy, this was when it was stock, though, that argued with me up and down at a car show, like, he was getting red in the face, that I swapped in the inline 6 in my car. I'm like, why the hell would I do that? Like, legit, that is the most moronic thing I've ever heard. Because there are, like, so many better engine swaps out there. Like, I love the 200 inline 6, don't get me wrong. But if I was going to swap the motor, I'd do something way nicer than that.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I think I'm going to end it.
Alrighty.
Because I need to use the bathroom, and it's late, and I'm falling asleep. Hopefully you guys had a good live stream out there, and we'll be back next week. Hopefully. Never guaranteed, but generally here.
Yeah, I might be here next week. I was just looking at, yeah. There will be one day where I'm not. At least probably not. So, that's on June 17th.
Harvey says, guess it was a step up from the 2-3.
Wait, what? I'm confuzzled.
Whatever the swap is you were talking about.
Actually, no, the 2.3 would be a better swap, only because there's much more aftermarket out there for it. You can swap out the intake. You can put turbos on them, because they did from the factory, and make a bunch of power, beat up on V8s. Much easier than you can with my car. You have to do everything custom on mine. So, yeah. But there's even a guy that he asked me in YouTube comments, before we go, guy asked me on one of my YouTube videos, he's just like, hey, I'm looking into actually swapping my Fox with 200, and I told him, like, it's not worth doing, but if you do, here's what you have to consider, because there's so many considerations, to be honest. Just the K member is different, and, you know, the bowel housing's different, and a bunch of other things are different, and it's just not really worth doing. Be weird, sure, but sometimes being weird is not the way to do it.
Well, yeah. Well, then it depends on what your goal is.
Yeah.
If your goal is to be different.
Which my goal is, but at the same time, it's like I wouldn't fucking swap one of these motors in.
Some minds are like cement, all mixed up and permanently set.
Yeah. But
all right.
But yeah, I don't know if that's ever come to fruition or not with the game. Regardless.
All right. Well, catch you guys later, and have a good night, and do something interesting this week. All right.